Welcome back to another day of Redlock. More common UI today, as we continue our struggles. You know what? Okay, we're not struggling. We're making steady progress. It is slow. I feel really good about how we're doing it, and yeah, it feels nice. Another day of it, and if we need to push it into next week, which we will have to push it into next week, totally fine with me. It's going to be something that we just need to focus on and continue to improve, especially in like the stylization, because of course our widgets look like shit. But the good news is that we're reusing all these things. So if we improve the way that buttons look, that's going to propagate throughout the entire project. If we improve the way that our slider bar works and looks, again, propagates throughout everything. So we just need to make the functionality, test it out, make sure it's working properly, and then we can focus on stylization at some point in the future. Not going to be for a little while though, because we just need it to be working right now. But today, we need to continue with refactoring our existing functional menus over to Common UI. We have 2 of them done. We have 2 more to go. And I think that they're relatively simple ones. They are the checkpoint menu and then the playtest finish. The playtest finish is absurdly simple because it's literally just more buttons here. We've already done this. That's nice and easy. In fact, we can probably just copy the buttons that we have over from the escape menu, because I think that's where I got them from, so we can just copy those. And then just make sure that we are plugging in the functionality correctly. So that'll be easy. The checkpoint menu is a little bit more tricky, primarily because of the way that we are dynamically building a list. But if we can solve that, then we're doing pretty well. And it's possible that Common UI will try to escape this list item and go to the next one, in which case it would just be another teleport button. So this might be easier than I'm thinking. It might be easier than I'm thinking. We just need to get it set up. Let's tackle the playtest finish one first, because that's probably the easiest. And then I can suffer with the other. It should be this. Oh, I do know one thing, is that this is the image button, right? We need to fix the input action here in the same way that we fixed it for the regular button. I don't know where it went. Here it is. What did we do with this yesterday? I think we just removed the input action and then we did an override for the input action. We also have the build button set up. And none of that is over here. We just have the brush. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, okay. I was like, well, hold on, we're setting the brush twice. I remember now. The brush handles everything but the image, and then the image actually sets the image. I was like, why am I setting the brush twice? It's not, it's just different elements. It's kind of poorly done. I figured it out. It's all coming back to me. Build button. Yeah, we could just copy this over, I suppose. Text input action override text style button style. Well, we don't have text. We would have button style. That would be this section. And then the input action override. Okay, then let's copy these two sections over. You know, if we wanted, we could make like a button base. I have no real need to do that immediately though. But it might be smarter, and then we just make the image button and text button derive from that, and we put a lot of this core functionality in there. That'd be good for a refactoring phase though. Let's go in Augram. Happy day. Whatever day it is, I hope it's happy. Like the most non-committal happiness wish in the world. I hope your day is a happy one. Happy day to you as well. Thanks for the happy day. I appreciate it. I'm doing okay. I'm meeting somebody after work. It's not a friend. It's not a colleague. It is an acquaintance. I don't even know how to put it. I'm in Poland and we're meeting to drink alcohol, so it's not like it's anything special. It's exactly what you would expect from people in Poland. But that is what I'm doing today. I'm pretty excited for it. It's personal, not business-ish. Completely personal. He was the guy that sold me the equipment to make my cider, and I promised that when I made the cider, I would. Daddy. I don't even need to look. It's fucking Dramux. How's it going, Dramux? He's the guy that sold me the equipment to make the cider, and I am meeting him to. He's gonna taste my cider, so I brought him 2 bottles of it. And then he's gonna give me some of his beer that he makes. And then we're gonna chat, and probably I'll buy some more stuff to make more cider or beer. Fucking Tranox. Stop buzzing, I don't care about my activity goals. I'm sitting here making games. Shut the fuck up, Watch. These go in config. This is more like style. Config image. Homemade solder sounds like an awesome hobby. I honestly loved it. I fucking loved it. It was really cool. It was really scary because I thought I was gonna mess something up, but it wasn't that bad, and it was just cool to kind of like watch it bubble. Like you can just watch. I had like a clear, you know, food safe container, right? And you can just watch the yeast just bubbling away, and you're like, shit, man. Look at this. I just get to sit here and be lazy while this shit works overtime 24/7 to turn sugar into alcohol. And then I get to kill it. And not really, you don't really kill it, but you get to like, you put it into eternal slumber, and then you get to enjoy it. Thanks, guys. It's really, I had an image somewhere. I don't know if here, you know what, I can pull it up. I took an image of it while it was in progress. Let me see if I can find it. Fuck, I forgot to get back to your message too last night. God damn it. I gotta do that. I gotta do that tomorrow. Where's my image? camera. This is a picture of... Okay, I gotta show this to you guys too. It's not a picture of my dick, I promise. Kind of. Need this one. These two. Okay, the first image is a bottle of wine that I found here in Poland. And it is cursed as fuck. Look at this. Are you buying this? You want to spend your money on this? Show it off to your friends? Look at this bottle of rosé I bought. What the fuck? Yeah. Look, it's Unreal. Unreal Engine 6. Organic. Protected species, by the way. Wild care. I don't know why it's... Don't ask me why it's furry. I didn't buy it. I didn't want to touch it either. I'm gonna start growing fur if I do that. Got furry cum in it? Yeah, I'm closing that image. I want to hear any more of that. This was the image of my cider while it was being made. That's all the yeast on top. And it was happy. Let me tell you that. They told me it would take 2 weeks to make the cider. Like from initial yeast inoculation to bottling. It took me 5 days before I could bottle it because of how apparently I gave it like the yeast was like in love with me and like jerking itself off by the conditions I gave it. I gave it lots of sugar, I gave it lots of nutrients. It was in a warm area and it was going so fast. And I was able to pitch the yeast and bottle it in 5 days.
We are, and if you look, come to think of it, well.
You like this, Trump?
I gotta look at this myself.
Go ahead, take a look. I wish I could give you a bottle, sir. But it's almost gone.
Wow. What a view.
It was good. It's really, really tasty. I didn't make it dry, so it's a bit like it's almost a little bit sour, like a sour apple, but still sweet. So it doesn't taste dry at all. It doesn't taste like wine. It's just like a really it's a really nice cider. It's really crisp, refreshing, and drinkable. And it's like I think 5 to 6% alcohol. It was fantastic, fantastic. I used an ale yeast instead of a wine yeast or a cider yeast. I used an ale yeast. Fuck, I don't remember what ale yeast it was. I'd know it if I saw the strain. Fuck, I don't remember. There's so many different types of yeasts. It's pretty cool. It's like, you know, you're like making alchemy stuff. You're choosing your ale yeast based on how, you know, because like different yeast will die sooner or later. It will work at different speeds. It will create different flavors. And it's just like, it's really fun because you get to choose, okay, I want some, you know, like banana notes in there instead. So you can choose like a wheat beer yeast to throw in there and try that. But then, you know, some yeast is going to die at 5%, some yeast is going to die at like 13%. And so, you know, how fast do you want it to work and what are the flavors you want? You can add in some additional flavors. I don't know, you want more banana flavor? Just throw in bananas into the yeast, into the container while you're, you know, while it's being made, and then you'll get more banana flavor too. Pretty fun. So I think I'm going to make another batch of, I don't know, something soon. I just don't know what. Maybe a beer. A beer sounds pretty fun. I haven't tried beer. Big input. Let's move the image above style. I'll do input above style too. We will default the input action to none. So it should just be an image. Yeah, we don't get anything when we removing this, okay. It's good to me. How's it going, Paxian? Did you get banned from any chats recently? I seem to attract all the people into my chat that get banned elsewhere. Like, he's too much of a pussy, I know he's not gonna ban me. Maybe it wasn't you that was getting banned. Somebody else would. I had somebody in here who just was like, oh, it's so nice being in your chat. Like, I've got banned in 4 other places. I'm like, oh, thanks for telling me that I have to be careful of what you say. Yeah, 5 levels worth of quests done for your game. It was not fun, but it was done. 5 levels worth of quests? What the fuck, 5? What the fuck, bro? I haven't even created 1 quest. Hey, Smiling Big. How you doing today? Alright, let's replace this down here. Just delete that. And we will center it. I don't really want to center it, to be honest, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. You're pretty good. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty well. Nothing too crazy going on. I was a little bit upset because, you know, last night I went home and I had like an hour or 2 to play a game and I just stared at my screen and then I ended up not playing anything. It was one of those days where it's like, I don't know what to load up. Whatever. You know, mope on the couch. You've never been banned ever anywhere. Wait, ever? Anywhere? That's pretty lucky. I have gotten banned in places. I have 100% gotten banned in places. I remember one time I got banned in a chat. I was watching this person play the Mass Effect series for the first time. It was great. And at some point there was a, let's just say I'm not even going to name the group. I'll just say that there was this kind of like buzzword-ish style pandering and support for a group. And I mentioned that not all people in that group probably think the same. And it's important to have nuance. And then I got banned. You abandoned a certain pirates chat? Right. I'm banned on my main email, so sad I regret it. Funny. It's pretty hard to get banned in my chat. I've only banned 1 person before. Almost banned, I think 2, but I only banned 1. Do we need to, you know, let me check the escape menu code here. Because a lot of this is probably the same. Restart and Discord are the same. Resume is just deactivate. And unpause, although I don't know if we pause the game when the playtest opens. Oh, we do. You said that. But I think I need to change this over to... Oh, fuck, it's the wrong parent class. I messed up. Okay, hold on. Hold on, we can fix this. So you said you've been banned in a certain pirate's chat. You don't mean pirate software, right? How'd you get banned in pirate software's chat? What did you say? I need to know. I need to know. Manage. That would be fun. That would be really funny. Okay, now we're okay. Let's make the scroll box not focusable. Oh, it isn't set to focusable. But I will need to just double check the scroll box at the start of the game too. I think there was a bug with it that I had to fix. Wait, can this oh wait, this is the text box. Consume pointer. Okay, that is turned on. No, it looks fine to me. I don't think we touched it. But it was the case that we auto-banned anyone using the word? Okay, look, I've never played World of Warcraft, I'm gonna be honest. I've never played WoW. However, everything that I see about WoW, and this isn't everybody, but this is the overwhelming like feeling that I get whenever I see the community. It is extremely elitist and toxic. Extremely. I could not imagine loading up World of Warcraft and trying to stream it. I just can't. Before he got big, he autocorrect. He corrected me for confusing anti-pattern and dark pattern. I don't even know what anti-pattern and dark pattern is. You can tell me and then I'll ban you for nostalgia's sake. Set game paused. True. And then we'll copy the old shit. I think that's true, especially in retail. The game caters much more to casual gamers, and there's lots of streamers just chilling and collecting pets. But a class cover and you'll truly experience elitism. Okay, so it's mostly like classic. Here's the thing though, is I think that if I ever played, I would prefer classic over retail. You know, because I played a lot of like old school RuneScape, right? And so to me, that kind of original experience is what I think I would prefer. Look like you're drinking kids' orange paint diluted in water. That's actually exactly what it is. Has lead too. You guessed it. Anti-pattern is when you do something in a UI that causes the opposite thing to what you expect, if I remember correctly. Dark pattern is when you do something intentionally to trick people into doing something. Oh. Hey, Luigi. You done making YouTube videos? Today, yes. But I'm working. I saw you join the Discord. If you want me to check something out, that would be the best place to do it, because I am, like, I'm purely busy whenever I'm streaming. Where's my quit? Discord, restart, quit. Oh, we have the, here it is. We need to make the modal. But we'll throw that at the bottom. Often associated with, like, Amazon UI. I feel like I've heard of dark pattern before. I've never heard of the other one, though. But now that you mention it, I feel like I've heard that before in, like, some old video or something. Yeah, you can post it in Discord. I do appreciate you asking. Quit game, cancel. This should just work. Hopefully. We're gonna test it though. And we need to make sure that resume is the initial focus widget. I don't think we have to set this as focusable. I could be wrong about that though. I think it should be set to focusable. Okay, and then resume, we can just call the parent and deactivate. Widget from stack, I think. Unless we need to do something else with it. Oh, just unpause the game. Yeah, I can't forget that. I like the idea of playing WoW more than actually playing WoW. I'm gonna be honest, it's actually over 1 year since I have touched any, what I call forever games. I stopped playing forever games entirely. And it's been great. I have been able to play a lot more games than I normally would. I don't really have this pull to just jump in and make more progress in something that doesn't really matter. I am not being given focus. Why not? Oh, because I'm not actually making the right widget. Sounds great, sir. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I will be able to check it out probably tomorrow, because today I'm like busy up until the moment I sleep, and then tomorrow I have some time during the day. Not in the evening, but worst case, like Saturday, I can really just sit down and look at it. Busy week. Add widget to stack. This is the menu stack. And this is our playtest finish. That's all you should need. Yeah, perfect. Obviously the buttons don't look pretty or anything, but we don't care about that right now. Just how it looks, or how it works. Beautiful. Only thing we need to copy over is the setup stats, which we can do here. And paste this in. Looks good to me. This is just a placeholder widget anyway. I'm gonna think about addiction a bit lately because of the Facebook Meta court case stuff and how that relates to game dev. How would it be to make a forever game that is very addictive? What do you mean? Like, how would you do it, or how would it feel to do it? Saturday would be great because I think I'll have a small patch release on Friday. Okay, yeah, I can wait. Just you know, you can ping me in Discord whenever you put it out. Let's see here. Okay, let's delete this. We don't need it. There shouldn't be any references. There we go. Would feel okay with it, having built something that hurts people at the end of the day? Oh yeah, I could never do it personally. I mean, that's just me. I know other people have, let's say, different lines in the sand, but for me, it's out of the question. I don't want my legacy to be a net negative to society. Like from an ethical perspective. I don't want to leave this earth knowing that I've hurt more than I've helped. Put it that way. And of course, that's based on my own morals and viewpoints, but that's just how I would feel. Okay, escape menu should be done. Only thing left is checkpoint. And once we have this one done, all of our interactable widgets are made. But we still need to go back and fix up all of the non-interactable widgets to use the widget stacks. So we're entirely replacing UMG in our project. Yeah, it's you know, it's really easy money. I can tell you that. It's arguably not difficult to make a game that is addictive and is predatory. Let's put it that way. Because I don't think making an addictive game is bad, but making a predatory addictive game is kind of what we're talking about here. And it's sadly not difficult to do. Delete that. Hold on, what was the padding on that? 25 on top. That concept came up in this court case. Not sure if you heard about it. I know about it. I didn't know like none of the details about it. There were what was said or shown. Someone sued a bunch of socials because they said it made them addicted or something like that, and apparently some companies closed with them outside of court. Totally innocent. Totally innocent though. Oh, why do I have button style being overridden here when we already have the button style? I could delete that. We don't need that. You know what I'm gonna try? I'm gonna try not making this button navigable. I'm gonna make only the list items navigable. We're going to not set this button to be focusable. But I think we need to rethink the way that we build the list items, because previously we were disabling the item or the location that you were already at. And I want to avoid disabling buttons and elements, ideally. So I think instead we will just completely hide the location that you're currently at. Or we could show like a current location and then available locations. Maybe that'll be a good way to do it. I kind of like that idea. That ended up turning it into an ad stun thing for their new Ray-Ban glasses. Of course they did. The ad widget is Stack Logic your own, or does it come bundled with Common UI? That is my own. That is my my custom script. Good stuff, smart idea. Thank you. I kind of stole it from Lyra. Not really. I noticed that they use these things called stacks there. And so I like figured out how the stacks worked. But I didn't like their way of doing it, so I made my own. This is a wrapper onto a which connects into the HUD. The HUD controls all the logic for managing widgets. We first just check if it is not a modal, because you need to use a separate function for a modal, and it warns you if you do that. Valid reference, load. If we somehow fail the cast here, even though we verified, you know, that this has to be a... Sorry, my mouse cursor disappeared. Shut up. Windows update. Why is it not showing? Fuck. Okay, well this has to be the right class anyway, so this is just kind of a redundancy here. We push the widget to the stack that you input. Double check if it's valid, which it should be. We set a local variable on the widget for its current stack. We have 2 custom delegates in our parent widget for activated and deactivated. That way we can do callbacks. We activate the widget. We check if it is a menu, so something that should receive focus from the player. And if so, we set focus. This is my own custom focus input on UI, which is very simple. It's just a, set input mode UI only, show mouse cursor, which thankfully common UI will override. So even if we set this, but the player is using gamepad, it will not show the mouse cursor, which is great. And then I have a custom input manager where I store input mapping contexts. So this only removes like game ones, like move around, shoot gun, interact, whatever. Nothing for the menu. That's handled by common UI itself. And then whenever we close the last, so every time we deactivate a widget, we are checking if there's an active menu still. If there's still an active menu, then we focus on that menu and we don't return inputs for the game. Otherwise, if there is no active menu, then we recall the inputs that were being stored in the game instance and we give those back to the player. I don't even think it's, I don't think it's that, my goal was not to make it complex, but rather make it as simple as possible so that it doesn't feel over-engineered compared to Lyra, to like fab assets that you would buy that say common UI all in one kind of thing. So just the 11-bit presentation, the UI must not fall for Frostpunk. It's about their awesome UI systems for Frostpunk 2. Sounds pretty good. I think that game is like the most beautiful UI of all UE games. I'll have to take a look at that. The good thing is I know people in 11-bit games because it's a Polish studio. So I can just go hey, what'd you do with your UI? Tell me the secrets. Yeah, like my whole goal is just make it as simple as possible. You design the UI like in here, right? We have this new checkpoint widget and we want to make this checkpoint somewhere. We just go add widget to stack. This is a menu. It is checkpoint. That's it. It'll appear on the screen when you want it. And all the inputs for the game and the UI are managed completely separately. You don't have to do a single thing. And if you have any pop-ups or any other menus that will appear from this one widget, well, whatever complexity you build on top of checkpoint will all the input will be managed by common UI and then my custom input manager once you close that last menu or modal. Now, of course, this is not stylization. Stylization is separate, but stylization will not impact functionality, focus, or input at all. And so we can then make the game actually look pretty whenever we have the right designs for it, right? And the right images and whatever. So that can all be done in the future. Because right now it looks ugly, but it does work very well. I need like a little box here. Let's just put a... I'll just put a vertical box here. We'll just call this Current location box. We know that we always have a current location, so we can just add a child to this. We could probably even just add the child right now and just run the setup for it every time that we open up the menu. This will be interesting though, because I think that I have to parent this to activatable widget, I think. I'm not actually sure. I don't know what parent that is. Is there just like a common user widget? Probably it should be this. It should be common user widget for the list item. Because it's not an activatable widget. Yeah, like this. None of this applies to what we want this widget to do. Turn on or off without being removed from the hierarchy. Like to be able to go back from this widget, whether that means back a breadcrumb, closing a modal, or something else. This is built in. This widget's place in the hierarchy is such that it defines a meaningful node point in the tree of activatable widgets through which input is routed to all widgets. No, it's more just a regular common user widget. I think. We haven't tried this before, though. What's available on the display and action bar? Consume pointer input. Priority, stop action. We do want it to be focusable, but we want the be teleport. So let's see if we can set that to be the default focusable widget. Okay, so current location. Let's throw in a child here. Checkpoint list item. Pretty big. Can I make that smaller? A little bit better. It's a little bit better. I think there's some padding on the right here. Fine. Doesn't matter. I'm not here to worry about stylizing. Wasting my time. We could save a Boolean in here for his current location. In which case on pre-construct, we can hide this this area over here. Let's wrap this in a horizontal box. Oh, and get rid of the padding. Teleport button box. We just need to make sure that this doesn't get focused. I'm going to try to collapse it. And then manually handle focus by giving it to the first list item, if it's present. Be a little bit tricky. Set visibility, collapse, or actually do a select. True collapsed, false, non-hit testable, self only. We'll start with that. Because then in the check
Daddy.
point, I can tell this one that this is the current location. And when we build the widget, when we build the checkpoint as a whole, the list, we can grab the location from the current location box and build that one separately, and then these ones we can build as like available locations, right? I know it's an ugly menu. You'll just have to bear with me for it. It's meant to be functional. And then that's our checkpoint list. What did I set here? Prove this widget is a candidate to receive route focus, or specify a desired UI input config when active. Primary reason for disabling this. This actions, blah, blah, blah. No. True to prefer automatically restoring focus. The widget that was focused when this widget last became the non-leaf most. If true and a valid restoration candidate exists, we'll use that. If it doesn't, we rely on get desired focus target. If false, we simply always rely on get desired focus. Okay, so I'm going to... Yeah, we're going to override in checkpoint get desired focus target and check if there are actually any available locations in checkpoint list. And if so, we prefer just focusing on the first one. Otherwise, we can focus on... Well, no, close is not focusable, is it? I wonder what happens in that case. I wonder what receives focus if we don't have anything that would be focusable. Let's see. Let's break it. Let's see what happens. Get children is not empty. If true, get the first item, do a quick validation on it. Then cast to checkpoint list item. And we can simply focus that, otherwise if any of these three fail, we'll try pooping out nothing. See what happens. Maybe that breaks something, I don't know. Okay, let's set up a function for building the checkpoint items. I already have set up widget, but it's probably just better to rewrite this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna rewrite it from scratch, because this one wouldn't work anyway. And there's no point dragging over this few number of nodes. Let's make sure that on activated we run our setup. Oh, fuck. Clear children. I almost want to rename this function to abort children, just to make some people angry. Makes me think of the feminist C++ or something. I forget what it's called, like C++ minus or something. Feminist C++. C plus equality, that's what it was called. C plus equality. No class hierarchy or other stigma. In fact, as an intersectional acknowledgement of class struggle, our language will have no classes at all. Programs are never to be forked, as the word has clear misogynistic tendencies and is deeply problematic. Instead, programmers may never demand forking, but ask for the program to voluntarily give permission. Forking will henceforth be called consenting, and it's entirely up to the program to decide if the consent stands valid, regardless of the progress of the system clock. Oh fuck, I love it. Oh my god, this is their hello world. Look at all the comments. The whole idea of main is frankly oppressive. In an ideal world, there would be no main or subroutine, only me. Luckily, we now have womain, but I still think me is better. The alphabet M should be banned because it reminds me of the word man. Oh, I love it. I fucking love it. Let's rename the this one up here to current location widget. Can't spell woman without man. This is true. I don't think they like it. Otherwise, they'd just be called woes. That doesn't sound good, does it? Woen. Shut the fuck up. Can't be funny. It's Thursday. Gross. Can we just copy this over? This could be copied. Just fucking with you. I'll dial it down a bit. Okay. T teleport. Oh, because that's on the button. That's on the button. I mean, but that won't rebuild the... No, we would need to get the t-text. Replace that. Set is enabled. We don't want to do enabling. Instead, we will do the teleport button box. And on the setup widget, we can then do a boolean for B is current location. Some people say stuff that should have you... What, in my chat? No. We've never talked about any controversial subjects in this chat. I want you to remember that. Don't look at the VODs. Wasn't it like yesterday or something we were talking about eugenics? Something like that. We don't need to have this. So we're just gonna hide the teleport button box entirely. Yeah, this should work. Let's assume that it's working okay. I want to build the list first, and then we can fix any bugs with the list. Well, let's get it building first. Do we actually know which checkpoint we're interacting with? How were we grabbing that before? Ooh, by pulling in the owner. Hey, take the word brown and mirror it along the vertical axis. We just pull in the checkpoint itself. Okay, currently interacted checkpoint, local variable, current row. Yeah, we gotta do that before we set up the current one. I don't really know anything about the war in Iran. I don't really know anything about the Middle East. I'm gonna be real. I mean, the only thing I really seem to understand, and I could be wrong, but this seems to be the generally accepted point, is that the Iranian government is very oppressive to its people. And it seems like most, if not all, citizens would like to be freed from this regime. So I support that. Yeah, I mean, I obviously support that. Why do we care what the checkpoint ID and current checkpoint? I don't think we need that anymore. We would just need the checkpoint ID, not the current one. That's no longer needed. Thank God for them life-saving missiles then. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think something like, you know, the U.S. going in there, we obviously have ulterior motives, right? Obviously, there are other motives than just save the people. Let us get unlocked checkpoints and make sure it's not empty. Let's just make that into a local variable. I only want to call it once. Let's for each through these and just make sure that the current checkpoint and these are not equal. Because of course we don't want to build the widget for the one that we're currently at. We handled that separately. It's too early for politics. I don't really like talking about, like, what are your thoughts on the war in Iran? It's like, well, I don't know, I don't like war. I don't like people being oppressed. Sometimes those two things are incompatible. You need to solve one by utilizing the other. But it's just like, it's not really interesting of a topic, I don't know. I like philosophical discussions more. You know, things where there's not, I don't know, such high stakes. More just like, you know, what's the... I don't know, it's kind of a silly example, but like, what's the meaning of life? Like, that's more interesting of a topic to me. You know, we can talk about some existentialism. People's lives aren't interesting of a topic. Exactly, that's... You got it. I think we would still want to create widget in this case. And... Oh, or maybe not. Oh no, never mind. I must have mistyped it. People more educated than me that can discuss politics. Yeah, I feel the same way. You know, for instance, if we ever like, you know, sometimes we find it fun to like talk about, I don't know, some controversial topic, let's say abortion. And my interest in talking about abortion is not to figure out which side is right or wrong, because I don't really think that there is a beautiful answer to, you know, this act, but more about what are the ethics behind it? You know, who ultimately has that decision? Is it just one person? Is it multiple? Something that I don't think there is a perfect right or wrong answer to. It's a new mission, the abortion. Can you imagine that in a game? New mission acquired. Abort the child. Especially most in such topics is that you always have to pick a side. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that there's no middle ground, there's no nuance. And there's no a middle that... I don't know, I just don't like the extreme sides of it. I mean, you have to talk about both extreme sides because you need to know where you're... You know, that if we say, like, let's take two endpoints to a line, there's always a middle to that line, right? There's always a midpoint. But the midpoint is only existing based on the reference points of the, you know, one side or the other. So, yeah, if we, you know, we talk about abortion, the two extremes are never abort the child or, you should always be allowed to abort it no matter what. And those sides to me seem crazy. There's never any instance where you might want to, or you maybe shouldn't, you know, like, the baby is, like, expected at any moment, the mom is in labor, and you're like, hey, let's destroy the child. It's like, really? Really? Like, you know, the mother's gonna die. Like, we have verifiable proof that the mother will die if this child is born. It's like, we really can't consider it. Or this child is going to be in pain for like 10 minutes and then die because it's, I don't know, some like genetic disorder. Do we really want to do that? Debating without picking sides seems impossible sometimes. You know what I think it is, that if you're somebody who, I guess, maybe lives, you know, like the term politically homeless? I don't know if this is still a common phrase anymore, but I think we're all familiar with the term, at least, where you don't feel like you belong to any side, and so you feel politically homeless. I think it's easier for people who are, you know, part of this camp of politically homeless to enter a debate into a controversial topic and not feel like they need to pick a side. And that's how I feel. Like, sure, sometimes the things that I think align with a major political faction. Oftentimes they don't, though, because the political factions feel like they have to be extreme opposites of each other. You need to snort cocaine first, though, so if you were on drugs, you wouldn't overthink it. That'd be funny. If you're neutral, you're on the other side. Yeah, people have told me, oh, you're just a fence sitter. Like it's a derogatory term. It's like, yes, I am. That's right. That's where I live. That's my home. Right on the fence, with it stuck so far up my ass that it's piercing out my mouth. You got it. That's where I feel happy. I think we can assume that it's valid. I don't know if we need to do anything beyond that for setting these up. Let's just double check to see if I missed anything. Current checkpoint. That was unhooked. Go through, see if it's unequal. Set up widget. Oh, checkpoint widget reference. We had that set up. Why was I using that? Oh, to remove the original widget from parent. I don't think I need to do that anymore. Teleport, yes. The rest of it, don't think so. Would you say it's a decision made casually on the mother, or mutual, or the shock, or the mother is scared? Is that why they do abortion? I think there's a lot of reasons why a mother might want an abortion. I don't think it's an easy decision for a lot of people though. I mean, clearly I think that abortion traumatizes a lot of mothers too, like permanently. I mean, imagine living with the guilt that even if you did it for valid reasons, you know, like had you not done anything, you might have given birth to a child. Like, that's gotta be scary as shit. I don't envy having to make that decision. Why is C not as visual as this programming? I learn how to code so all the programming lingo just flies right over my head. Hey, I feel the same way in a lot of cases. An abortion is easy and maybe, I don't know, but having a baby inside of you for weeks, I don't know. I mean, it's gotta be scary, just... Not even just knowing that you are now responsible for something inside you. You are going to have to be responsible for that thing for the rest of your life. Or like, let's say like 20 years, but I don't think there's any parent out there that doesn't feel responsible for their child for the rest of their life. And I mean, that weighs on you. Like, that changes your life for fucking ever. Everything you had before you got pregnant was one thing. And now your life is completely changed. And I could imagine feeling scared. And thinking, I'm not ready for this. I don't think I can do it. I'm not adequate. What if something happens? What if I lose my job? And I'm not saying it's an easy decision to have an abortion, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not ready for it. I don't want to do this. It would, it'd be horrible for the child to like have some mistake and it ruins its life. Ugh, I don't know. Would it also be on the father? I don't like the idea that abortion is only a mother's decision. I don't like that idea. Because it takes two to tango. It's like the father is an important part of the child's life too. I understand that at the end of the day, it's not the father who has the child. But I don't think this is such a, it's only the mother's choice because she's the one raising it. It's like, sorry, but have you ever seen kids grow up without a father figure? Yeah, it's not pretty. So clearly it is important to have a father in the picture, and if for some reason the father doesn't feel prepared, or the father, I don't know, there's no perfect solution to it, right? But I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Why can't they get the owning widgets? What is that called? Parent? Find parent widget of type. Starting widget self. Type. Activatable parent. Deactivate widget from stack. I ran for sure for my kids. If I get any, I love them like they're gold ingots. I don't know. It's such a, to me, it's such a human focus. I could imagine a really powerful story, or like arc of a television show, or book or something that just focuses on the raw human emotions of two parents having a child, but one of them doesn't feel ready. And, the other one has to convince them that they are ready, or, I think that would be a timeless experience that could work across generations. 100%. I love stories like that. It's very much aimed at, I don't think kids could understand it really, but anybody who's like, I don't know, 18 and older could probably empathize with that. And maybe like the mother doesn't feel ready, and so it focuses a lot on her emotions and her fear, and maybe she considers getting an abortion, You know, she breaks down at, you know, multiple points. She doesn't want to admit that she was considering it to the husband because he would get angry, but maybe she does because she wants to be honest to him, and he gets mad and like almost hits her or something, but then he breaks down because he almost hit his wife and realizes that if he did that in front of his child, it would be horrible and traumatic because that's what happened to his parents, and now drama. Family drama. I came up with that storyline way too easily. I can't. People are gonna wonder, like, did that happen to you as a child? Was that your parents? No, it didn't. But that to me, it was like I could watch that episode of TV and I would like be crying because it would be just so fucking raw. It does not change that much when having a kid. If you're sensible and a creature of great empathy, then life itself does not change that much. Yeah, but I don't think you can know that until you have the kid, right? Because, you know, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. I don't know, because I don't have a kid. But I feel like there's so many things that would go through my mind before I have a kid that I could very much see myself getting scared and wanting to maybe run and hide. I could see some parents doing that. And I think that has happened to a lot of parents where it's like, I don't feel ready. This was a mistake. Abortion. I could at least empathize with that. I could understand the emotions behind it. Even if I may not agree with the actor, if I could, you know, watching like a TV show, I would think, no, you guys were totally ready. This was, you know, you didn't have to make this decision. I could at least understand the decision. I heard when parents split apart in Ghost, especially a child, my parents moved apart and they told two stories, one hating the other. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. We should. This would be perfect for like a TV show. But now TV shows are all about, we have to tell a message. What's the societal message that we need the viewer to know about? Orange Man bad. What was I doing? I completely forgot what I was doing. Fuck. Checkpoint. Let's just try building. Let's see what I broke. I'll know at that point. Around I was gonna say good luck getting sleep, or privacy goes out the window, or rip dreams, but that mirrors that person more than your experience. Yeah, I know that a lot of times there are those stories of people who felt like they weren't ready, had the kid anyway, and then, you know, they kind of like, they pass on the wisdom of, you're never ready, but I don't regret it. Or you never know exactly what you're in for, but I don't regret having the kid. Oop, that's modal, not widget. We shouldn't have to run, oh no, we do need to run setup widget with the owner, but we could just, hold on, yeah, I know why we did that. There's a million better ways to do this, by the way. MVVM would be a better way to do this. But this will be functional for now. Not that big of a deal. People mature almost instantly once the baby's in their arms. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the holding another human being that if you don't feed it, it will die. If you mistreat it, it will be taken away. I mean, there's so many ways to kill a child, and it's like you realize, like, oh shit, I gotta not do any of those things. But I think it's also kind of magical because you just realize, like, hey, this is my flesh and blood. This is our legacy. You know, all the memories, all the great memories that I have of my childhood, I can now make in this person. I mean, that's kind of an experience unlike any other, right? Never do straight decisions. There's always places where the kid can grow up like faster or make the decision initially. I feel like that's just overthinking it or something. Yeah. God, I think that I really wish that there were more storylines in modern TV shows and movies and stuff that focused on just those raw human emotions, because I think that it would create more timeless stories. And too many people are trying to tell stories of what they're feeling at this, like these social times. It's very weird. Weird, the close doesn't work there. Can I just create a quick input for interaction on my gamepad? Because I don't have that right now. It should be here. It should be in here somewhere. I can't close that. Maybe I didn't set that button up to actually close. Maybe that's why it's not working. Yeah, I did not do that. Okay, unclicked. Deactivate widget from stack. Self. And I think we also paused the game, didn't we? When you load up the... No, we don't. But we could. Overthinking is the easiest way to become passive. That's a great, if being a never leave the house kind of parent in terms of creating great memories. I don't think I appreciated personally leaving the house as much as a child as I do now looking back as an adult. Especially because I get the feeling that more kids are being stuck in the house than when I was young. And I don't know. My kids usually talk about the spontaneous, unexpected trips you did rather than the well-planned vacations when reminiscing. My parents did a lot of that, like, hey, or even like cheap vacations. Like, hey, let's go camping. Or let's go have a weekend vacation at a hotel that has a nice swimming pool. Or like you even just stay one night. It's cheap, it's fun, and I do kind of remember those quite a lot. Yeah, see, I wonder if it doesn't know what to focus on here. I wonder what technically has focus. Could I still focus the close button? Drive to the neighboring town and do the things they have to offer? Yeah, we did that an awful lot. Like little like parks swimming holes, museums. My parents really like to go to do like cheap vacations, but not in a way that would like, you know, like they weren't willing to spend the money, but rather we could do more vacations if they were all cheaper and do more fun stuff spontaneously if it was cheaper than to like, you know, save up and do some expensive vacation that probably I would forget as a kid or something. Old lady on the camping I was at fell over and drowned on low water. Oh my god. That's not good. Yeah, what has focus? Because I'm losing focus here. You guys won't be able to see the game. The scroll box has, well, it doesn't really have focus. Do I need something to have focus in this menu? Because it's like it doesn't give me anything. Maybe I could do like an invisible button that just doesn't do anything when clicked, just so that there's something. Maybe. Or just make the close button focusable if we don't actually have anything. I've talked to a few, you know, parents and other adults around me, and there's a very like consistent worrying problem with screen addiction that kids are having. And like the visceral anger that they feel when a screen is taken away from them or they can't be around a screen. That's scary. That's really, really scary to me. I think at a certain point when a kid is a teenager, you know, they should probably be given a phone. But that point also really worries me. Your addiction is most about instant gratification dopamine, and it's hard to replace that. It's hard to replace that, especially in kids who don't have the understanding of the, like, how much that's damaging them. They're just addicted to the feeling, and I mean, even adults don't have that in a lot of cases. Maybe you should get a girlfriend again and suck her boobies. Hey. Speaking of things that are great to do. If you have a teenager a phone, you might as well give him to Epstein. That's a wild jump. Oh, it's just the close button isn't working. Like pressing B is not working. I thought I overrode that though. BP underscore dot 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 GGER. Man, that's a scary abbreviation to have. final game trigger. That's what it says. Don't cancel me. Is it not running something that it should, or? Huh. What if I set it down here? Stream can also be productive if you share the screen time with them. Yeah, I think that you can absolutely have positive screen time. And there's clearly a lot of benefits to playing games. Weird, it's just pressing B is not allowing me to close that. Which is weird because it works with like the modal. Did I do something different there for the modal? Procrastinated enough for today by telling you youngsters how I did things back in my days. Hey, take care, man. Thanks for showing up, Bjarkovsky. I really like, meeting new people that we can just chat about these things with. We told our kids that it's okay to be bored at times. That's a good thing to tell kids, yeah. Yeah, take care. Have a nice rest of your Thursday. I'm gonna be off tomorrow, but I hope to see you Monday. I have a PS5 controller. Is there support for that? There will be support for that. Yes, there will be native support for PS5 and Xbox controllers and gamepads. You will not need to route it through anything. That's our goal. Right now it's not working, and I have to route it through DS4 Windows. We will get to the point where we have native. Because I also use a PlayStation controller. Sister's like 15 and she got a guy to get drugs and he was probably going to do things to her. Her friend was on drugs already and they hid so... I don't know, man. It's scary how kids are not telling. Jesus Christ. That is scary. Let me do another reflection here. Let me do another reflection. Common button. But the B is not working. Do you think it's because... No, wait, I can test this though. I'm wondering if it doesn't allow it if I'm focused on that widget. So if I focus on cancel, can I still press B? Yes. So something is not working with this button that is with the modal button. But I don't think I set the modal to default to be close. No, I override that. Oh no, never mind. It is set here. The generic back. But that's literally it. And then that goes to... that calls back to deny button clicked. And that's where we deactivate the widget from stack. And that's all we run, and it should close that. So in checkpoint, deactivate widget from stack self. And that's on clicked, the same event. Let me clear that. I wonder why it's not showing, because clearly we don't have... I need to... It's so pissing. Ugh. Where's the button? There. Like, we go to build the button. This should fail. Is not valid. It shouldn't be, because we're not overriding it. So we go false. Text style. Button style. The input action should stick to whatever input action it has. But it's like it doesn't refresh that input action. Wait, valid? I deleted the override though. The hell? Or is that for the current teleport item? Let me see if it triggers twice. fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. Put it in my butt, just do it. I don't know why that's saying valid, but we go down here, that's fine. Next style. Roboto black. Yeah, see, that's not even for the right button. Yeah, see, that's the current location one. This is the right one. We play close and teleport. I don't know why. I don't know why this What do you think about drinking tea as a way to drink less soft drinks? Who's drinking soft drinks, though? Close the old ones. I don't need those open right now. I don't need the escape menu open. Don't need this open. Don't need this or this. Yeah, I'm not anymore with the packets. I mean, tea's nice. I like tea. I get my tea from China directly. Really good spot to buy it. I do recommend this place. They have really, really good prices on a whole bunch of loose leaf tea of any kind that you could imagine. This is where most of like the big chain restaurants get theirs, or not restaurants, but like chain sellers, and they have a markup, and so you can buy it here at a better price. Yeah, very, very cheap. But even places, because like 5 o'clock, I don't know, 5 o'clock is a popular place here in Poland to buy tea. I've seen inside their tins, they just buy their tea from fucking unit sourcing and then like double the price. But every time I buy from these people, every single time I buy from them, they give me free samples. It's insane. And it's a really good, you can get so many different flavors and varieties here. A lot of pu'er, awful lot of pu'er tea. A lot of oolong too, since that's a main variety that you can buy. Yeah, highly recommend unit sourcing. They always give me free shit. It's really, really wonderful. Bitter melons stuffed with roasted oolong. Lovely, lovely. It's all loose leaf. It's not any like the ground up bullshit that you buy in the bags in like stores. Very high quality. I did recently buy an AeroPress and some Ethiopian beans for coffee. It's pretty nice. No bitterness at all to those Ethiopian beans. Right acidity, but no bitterness. I really like it. Yeah, I bought a I bought a chestnut grinder, this C3S. This is the grinder. And then I have an AeroPress. The regular ass AeroPress. Apparently the grinder is like the super important thing to have for making good coffee. And how you grind it dictates the flavor that you're gonna get. I don't know. I'm very newbie to it, so. All I know is that whatever beans I have, I think they're like, they were free. These beans, which are from Ethiopia, are really good. No bitterness at all. I really like that. And it takes like, I don't know, a couple minutes to make a cup. I don't have to buy any like expensive machine that does it. What do you know? Fleshlight coffee machine. I didn't want to, so my wife hates the smell of coffee, so I didn't want anything that would like make some big smell. And I didn't want the noise. So I just use this, I just use the grinder and then the AeroPress, and it doesn't spread the smell, and it doesn't really make any noise. Because it's just a push thing down. But I've only tried two beans, like two types of beans. I don't really have a whole lot of experience with it yet. You have an espresso machine? Look, I don't know shit about coffee. I just started drinking it like a week ago. Yeah, you press to make the coffee. It's pretty cool how it works. The ultimate technique, bro. You just push down on it like it's.
In this video,
It's not fucking rocket science. So you put the filter in, right? On this little cap. Filter in. Twists and locks, that's it. You put it over your cup or your mug or anything. You take your ground coffee and you just, okay, look at the size of this. You put it in there. You pour your water in. You put the plunger on and it creates a vacuum, a negative vacuum, right? So it stops it from dripping. And then you just let it sit there for like 1 to 2 minutes. And then after the 1 to 2 minutes, you just kind of like slowly press, just kind of like let the weight of your hand do the pressing. And then you have your cup of coffee. That's it. And this thing is super easy to clean. You just kind of plop it out and you're good to go. And then you have your cup of coffee. That was pretty nice. I don't know. It was really cheap. Just better if you have a coffee machine? I don't know. The press is cheap from what I know. I had a dude who lived with me that had these and he looked almost exactly like this guy. I can only show you like Amazon.com, right? We have an AeroPress. I just bought the default AeroPress, which is $40 here. And then I got the chestnut. I used some birthday money that I had lying around, so now I'm out of birthday money. This was $100. That's it. That's literally like all you need. And then you can get like a package of AeroPress filters. You use one per cup, and there's like 350 in here, so it's 350 cups of coffee, so it like lasts forever. The grinder's nice, just like put it between your legs and sit down, and then it won't move around on you. Apparently the grinder is important. If you buy a cheap one, it won't grind correctly. But it's still better than like a coffee machine, which often don't grind very well, or they make a lot of noise, or they require a lot of maintenance. Just depends on which one you buy. Like this is like the super basic one, so it's not even that much more expensive than some of these basics. I don't know. I don't know. I was looking for a coffee grinder. You can buy super cheap ones, but I just bought one of the hand ones. I don't know. Yeah, like Smiling Big probably has heard of all this people ranting about grinder stuff. All I know is like you want a good grinder because that's really important to the taste of the coffee. So don't skimp out on a grinder. But maybe it's just all a bunch of hooey, like, you know, wine connoisseurs. Like, you need to pair a Zinfandel grape with the astringent saltiness of a fish in order for it to play around in your mouth and hit your taste buds just right. Shut the fuck up. Just put the fries in the bag, bring me my glass of wine, leave me alone. I don't know. The grinder is working well, I can tell you that. The grinder I bought is working very well. And you don't even need to like clean it at all. It's got a little brush and you're not supposed to clean it with water or soap at all. It just... nice and simple. Just drink the wine from the bottle. You would love... I don't know if you like mulled wine, but if you do, you're in Poland. You're in Poland, you can buy liter bottles of already ready to drink mulled wine. And it's like $5 for a whole bottle. $4 to $5. And all you have to do is heat it up. That's it. You don't even have to put any of the extra shit in it. It's already made. You just, you put it on your stove, you heat it up for a couple minutes, you pour it in your cup, and you're ready. It's insane. And they got a lot of cool flavors too. Like this is default flavor, but then there's like ones with rum. There's ones with like raspberry. There's a popular one. Why is it mulled? It's not M-U-L-L-E-D. You fucking buffoon. It's usually like really cheap wine, which normally you wouldn't want to drink because it tastes like shit. But they add in spices like cinnamon, anise, clove, nutmeg, allspice, other things, and that makes the cheap wine taste really good. And so you get really cheap, good tasting wine. You don't like wine in the first place? Have you tried a fortified wine or non-grape wine? It is sugared up. It is very sugared, mulled wine. I forgot to add, they add sugar too. You can make it yourself pretty easily. Yeah, it's very sweet. If you're looking for sweet wines, you can go for like a... it's not just French, but just like... look for dessert wines. I just typed in desert because I'm a retard. But look for like, look for some... white dessert wines are great. There's also... port wine, which is fortified. Port is great because that is going to be sweeter. It's fortified with grape brandy usually, and so you'll end up with like, I don't know, somewhere like 15 to 20% wine that's like liquid raisins. There's different versions of this. There's like sherry wine, which is like that. That's fortified and much sweeter, like really sweet. Sherry is usually, you can also get Malaga, I think, is the Portuguese version of that. Not the nail polish. Let's smell about Malaga wine. This is a good brand, Malaga Cruz. Yeah, white wine. I mean, you can get really sweet tasty. Like this tastes like liquid raisins. I'm sorry, it's Spanish, not Portuguese. Portuguese is port. Spanish version of that is Malaga. Yeah. But this is like liquid raisins. It is like you were drinking raisins. It is sweet. It is good. It is addictive. But not all white wine is sweet. A lot of it can be dry too. So just ask for like sweet or like a dessert wine. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't drink it, so we can find it in a lot of shops. But if you get like really cheap, red wine, a lot of people use it for like cooking. You know, just some like cheap $5 bottle of wine. Add in sugar, and then mulling spices, so cinnamon, anise, some nutmeg, a little bit of nutmeg. Cardamom is popular too. Cloves is one of the important ones. You have mulled wine. Let it sit there for, like 20 minutes, not on a simmer or boil, but just warmed, because you don't want to boil off the alcohol. Yeah, take care, Smiling Big. Have fun at your meeting. Have as much fun as you can on your meeting. Should use fallback default. I don't understand why the triggering input action does not show up here. Is it because it's not focusable or something? This doesn't show up. Like, where's my button? It works. It's doing the thing, but the B button doesn't do anything. I don't know. Let's see if I can unlock all checkpoints. See what it does. It was very weird. The navigation is very fucked up on this. Oh, because I didn't set the desired focus widget. Okay, well that's one problem I can fix. Beautiful, okay. So now we're only focusing on the teleport buttons, as we should. There's no way that I can get it to focus on anything else. I mean, it is escaping down to close properly. It's just I can't press B to close it, and I don't know why that's not working here when it clearly works on the modal. I don't know why. I can only tell you, I didn't like wine either until I discovered like dessert and mold and stuff, because I don't like dry wine very much. Yeah, see, it's like that at least gets the bee to show up. It still goes down to focus though, even though I told it not to be focusable. The teleport's not working either, I don't know why. Oh, because I don't unpause the game. You know what? I'm now mad at my wife. And you know why I'm mad at my wife? Because I just realized that I will drink so many things, and she gets mad at me that I have a unrefined tongue because I don't like some foods, and she can eat anything. You know what? There's so many things that she doesn't drink, so fuck her. Okay, she can eat whatever food she wants, fine, but she can keep her mouth shut when it comes to my taste buds, because guess what? I will drink coffee, I will drink tea, I will drink just about anything except for maybe like sake, because I think it tastes like shit. Now I get to go home, I get to beat my wife like a real man. We shouldn't joke about that with, you know what? No, because Twitch wouldn't care. You can shock a dog on stream. I can make a joke like this. What are they gonna do about it, huh? Oh, you know why? Because I override focusable on desired focus target. Let me see if that prevents it. Yeah, that just doesn't let me close anything. This should allow me to focus it if there's no child. Yes. But I still can't press the B. I don't know where that input is going. Oh, and then it breaks. It's not potentially keeping the children around, is it? Ooh, it could be. So if I'm overriding set a desired focus target, I'm not doing a validity check. I mean, I am doing a validity check. But I wonder if that's returning all of them, even the invalid ones. Could be. Let's see. No, it's only getting the valid ones. Hmm. But now I don't know where the fuck my focus is. But it returns if I move off and come back on. Otherwise it's fucked up, so let's see what's happening with that. Teleport. Open up and it should be broken. We have focus on checkpoint list item. But I need to click again to be able to move. Hey, Diga, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I have my my game over on my other screen, so I can't read chat at the moment. Can we enter? Oh, that was weird. Okay, it's broken now. I have focus on checkpoint list item. It shows 2. Yeah, it's not focusing the button. Not focusing the button. That's weird because I told it to focus on the button. Is focusable, desired focus widget, be teleport. The button is focusable. Would it ever cause a problem if we told the main parent to not be focusable? Does not seem to cause a problem. Never mind, it's now broken. Very weird. Very weird. You know, I wonder if it's possible that we are not running unactivated. So I think the timing issue. I think something is running out of order here. Like perhaps we're building the list after the first desired focus target is being set. Which is what's creating... I wonder. It's got to be a timing issue. Yeah, because now it's just lost. Even if I click. It's just gone. Yeah, there's just no focus at all. I think it's because I told those buttons to not be focusable. Oh. Wouldn't you know? I had a feeling that that would be a problem. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I'm kind of dumb, aren't I? Just fine. Just set it on close. I don't even care anymore. Just set it on close. Set this to focusable. Now it's working. I don't understand why my attempted focus rearrange was not functioning. I mean, when I build the widget, I always get desired focus target, right? And that obviously runs this. But I wonder if that is not doing it. I think that's doing it out of order. Because we are building it first. So it doesn't have anything in there. Once it's built again, we need to refocus input. So technically the correct way to do it would be to set up the widget. And refocus. Although I don't like where that's being done. Yeah, because now I can't move to the close button, but I still have focus on the teleports. And it works without a problem. Absolutely no problem. 100% as you would expect. Except for the pressing B to close, of course. Is still, I don't know why that's not working. And here we don't have anything on the list. Although I saw something that shouldn't be there. For a moment, it looked like it focused the collapsed button on our current location, which shouldn't be possible. But I can't really recreate that. I could probably fix it though. Just to be on the safe side. I mean, the way that the modal works, what if, just for the sake of argument, well, it's not a modal. It's not a modal. It's not going to push it to the right step. I put that safeguard in place just in case somebody makes this mistake, but I want to purposefully make the mistake to test it. Hey, Flo Dio, thanks for the Prime sub.
FLOD o 91 just subscribed.
That was very nice of you. Thank you for doing that. Happy Thursday. What are your thoughts on abortion? Okay. If you don't give me the right answer, you're banned. I have no clue. Like, don't we do this on pre-construct? Yeah, we build the button on pre-construct, so there's no reason that this should not be setting the input. The only thing I can think to do is to check the modal and see if there's just something I ticked differently over here. I mean, I know that modal is set. I guess I could just force that and see what happens. It's not a modal, but... Then it works. Okay, so it works if I tell it to be a modal. So something must be eating my B button. Wonder what it is. True to have this widget be treated as a root node for input routing regardless of its actual parentage. Should seldom be needed but useful in cases where a child widget should prevent all action processing by parents, even though they remain active. Something must be eating my B. So the reason I think it might be working is because we don't actually provide a input mapping context for when the player is on an activatable parent. I wonder if I made like a generic... Well, let's try it. Let's try IMC menu. Input action. Generic menu back. We do that, and we'll try just on checkpoint to see. Mapping priority 500. You don't do shite. Let's try it here. Generic menu back triggering enhanced input action. And therefore we will remove... No, it should be fine. That works. No. How's it going, Paul? How you doing today? How's the South Park going? don't know what stop action is. Persistent binding, input mode override. Danger. Danger Will Robinson. Okay, we're not going to touch that one then. I'm going to press all these buttons and we'll see what happens. One of these must work. It doesn't. The piece of shit. What if I remove that? Take my daughter to her house viewing, so I have to leave the house and see gross humans. Her house viewing? What does that mean? What's a house? Are you just looking at a house and being like, damn. That's a house, all right. We're in season 19. I think this is a Trump season. Oh boy. Oh, she's buying a house. I see. It's like, you like this house? I like it. All right, let's go home. It makes a lot more sense when you put it your way. Hey, look at the house. Ah, well, that was cool. Should have seen the one that I looked at last week. The paint was whiter. What if we remove this one and use this one? Drive with your eyes closed. Fuck, why does it not work? Why does it only work when I tell it to be a modal? What is eating my input? Which fucking fatty widget behind the scenes, or what is eating it? What hog is consuming my input?
Curse
Oh my god. That scared the shit out of me. I don't think Bale was... Well, Bale could be eating it. He is pretty big. He's a big boy. Rock. No, I'm gonna ask fucking Google, okay? Well, yeah, you know what? We could try a different input action. Just to see what happens. Nothing. Try turning off, pouring water into it, then turning water. Oh, because the water helps to like lubricate it, so it works better. Because maybe it's getting stuck somewhere. So of course we need to lubricate. And just like when having the segs with the woman, you use water as lubricant. My friend group started calling asking LLM chatbots consulting the sands. Pretty good way to put it. Even that's not working. It's only working if I force it as a modal. But I definitely don't feel like that's the way that it should be working. There's not like a separate... Common input manager will trigger this button to click if the action was pressed. So it is on-clicked. We shouldn't have to do anything else to it. Priority for the triggering input action. The first highest priority widget will handle the event action and no other widgets will be considered. Additionally, no inputs with a priority below the current activatable panel's input priority value will even be considered. But our current... to do this is part of legacy common UI and should be removed. Classic. Thank you. First highest priority widget will handle the input action. Well, I mean... no inputs with a priority below the current activatable panel. Yeah, but ours is higher. Ours is maxed. Dicked out. Shouldn't hate it. But it's being a hater. But it don't work. Is it possible? Base button top enabled. Oh, see if it works. Clearly the modal is doing something separately, and I don't really know what it's doing. No. Fuck my dick. I mean, on pre-construct anyway, we override it with this one. I mean, is it possible that it's because it's not focusable? Yeah, but it would be focusable when there weren't any children. Do we know for sure if the player is actually being given the right enhanced input? I could always force the player to have it, just why not? Yeah, but I could do it. I could do it for the sake of testing. Just to see if it's not giving it, because maybe it's not giving it, you know? I'm gonna bypass my own system so that it won't get removed. Nothing. I know nothing is eating it. Never try. Only do. You can't spell try without Y. Why the fuck would you even bother? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. In its butt. I don't care. You can close it. It automatically focuses on the stupid close button. You know what? Deal with it. Press A like a champion to close it instead of pressing B like an asshole to close it, okay? That's how it works. Those are my feelings, except I now need to give back the close button focus when you... Hold on. One thing to fix. Two things to fix, actually. Now you can go down to the close button. I mean, it is giving focus correctly. It's just, I don't know why that input action is not working. I need to look up more about like modals and how that's being handled because it works here. Press B. Something is quirky with non-modals. Spoke to Comcast? Oh yeah. The geniuses over at the cable companies who never fleece you. Always help and are always on time to fix any of your problems. Okay. We could remove this if we're keeping that focusable. Let's fix the other problem, which is that there's a timing issue where we are activating the widget, which is getting the desired focus target before we have set the widget up. This is very obviously doable in pre-construct, but we need to feed the owner in for the checkpoint that we are currently at. Or we need to store this somewhere. This could really be done through a like MVVM, where we grab the current checkpoint reference or we store that. on like interact, maybe that would be a smart way to do it, and then we don't have to. We can still put setup widget on pre-construct, because I believe that happens before activation. Not safely access any game-related state. If you call something that doesn't expect to be run at editor time, you may crash the editor. This is true. This almost needs to be done on like pre-activation. Not, it's right. I should not put it on pre-construct. This is correct. Does initialization happen before activation? It's called after the underlying slate widget is constructed. Yeah, but that's a bit of a problem. Isn't that classic YouTube video where those trolls in Skype convinced a kid to microwave his Xbox? Well, yeah, it's also like your dick, you know, if you want your dick to be longer, you cut your dick off because then it grows back long. Simple. It had a whole inch now. It's fun sized. Isn't there a way to like tell it that you'll manually handle focus? Proof the widget is a candidate to receive route, focus, or specify desired input. Primary reason for disabling this is for utility sub-widgets within a larger screen that possesses action, but are never intended to be involved in navigation or dictate change. I mean, I could turn this off. Or we could set up like a... extra equivalent of a RuneScape doubling scam. Exactly it. Free gem cutting, free armor trimming. Actually, okay, free gem cutting makes sense. I would absolutely support free gem cutting. But that was back in the day when like it was kind of hard to cut gems, or people didn't have good crafting levels. But I can support that only because it's like you're doing it for XP. You know, trade back. I understand that one. Armor trimming, though, cannot be done. Hey, Fluffy Panda, how's game diff going? I'm a little stuck today with some weird input action things. Focus is fine, but I do need to fix something. I'm wondering if I turn off support activation focus, and instead we, on activatable widget, we do a callback. And I bind activation to the completion of like pre-activation code. So in the parent activatable widget, we have like a custom event here, which is custom pre-activation logic, and we have a delegate here for pre-activation logic finished. What we can then do is like on the checkpoint, we can override pre-activation. run our pre-activation for setup widget. And then call the parent after that. And then in the HUD, on add widget to stack, instead of activating it here, we bind event to pre-activation logic finished. And we can do, I'll probably insert a ref for this. We can do activate widget after pre-activation logic. And this will be an input of the activatable parent. And we can run activate. I just need to add the self reference to this. And then pull all this out. I think this will work. Wait, and just break everything? You want my rune armor trimmed in Saradam, of course you do. Those insidious scams were going to on TF2 trade servers were like buying rugs in a bazaar. Qatar, yeah. I remember TF2 trading servers or AFK servers. This was good shit. How's it going, Mark? Let's see if this works. Although, did I switch over to the pre-activation setup widget? We don't have the owner, but what I can do is I can set that first. So add a widget to stack. What do we need to run here? What order? We add widget menu. It's going to bind an event to the pre-activation logic. We don't run the pre-activation logic yet, though. We don't tell that where to run. We don't auto... Everybody says my mic volume is low. Is it just because I'm sitting so far back? Is it better when I'm close? Or is my music too loud? Shouldn't be too loud. Or I'm not talking very loud, I don't know. Yeah, we don't auto-activate. That's good. But we need to bind an event to pre-activation. Then we need to actually run the pre-activation. Call function custom pre-activation logic. Now, for most that we don't have pre-activation on, it just won't do anything. It'll just immediately do that callback. And then we activate the widget, which is where we actually set the focus. Not even the music. Is everything low or is just my mic low compared to the music? Like is it better when I sit this close compared to sitting back here? Because you're not the first person that said that. Mic is fine when you sit back. You're the only person that says that, Captain Nero. It sounds like nice background music, but yeah, being closer helps. Okay. All right, I'll just try to sit closer. Maybe it's just a bit too aggressive on picking things up, or not aggressive enough, I should say. Although I say that, but then my neighbors will make like banging sounds and instantly gets picked up. Why don't we focus? Oh, I know why. Never mind. Ignore that. I think it is a condenser mic. Yeah. I don't think I broke anything. So if we put the setup widget and we feed in the owner, I still don't think that works, and I don't think that's what we should do. I think I should use an MVVM for this. I almost dropped my controller, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I should use an MVVM. I know better than this. This is exactly why MVVMs are made. Let me go to the bathroom. We're gonna come back. I'm gonna set up a checkpoint MVVM, and we will pull the information from that. They're designed to be, you know, okay, just give me a sec. I'll be right back. Be right back. We back. What did I leave off on? Pre-activation launch. MVVM. We need a checkpoint MVVM. I know I need that. Let us make it. MVVM. View model base. Select. MVVM. Checkpoints. Checkpoint. It seems silly to have it just for checkpoints. We would also need to reasonably handle its initialization and de-init. Why do I feed in the owner? Why do we feed in the owner? What's the point of doing this? Because couldn't I just write this without having to feed in the owner? And therefore we don't need to set up an MVVM. Oh, to get the current checkpoint. There's a couple of dirty ways that I could do this. And if we don't know which is the current checkpoint, then we don't know which one to feed back into. It does get a little messy. The MVVM would resolve it. It really, really would. Halfway through making your breakout style game, got all the game stuff made, now it's just boring stuff like menus. Yeah, menus are boring. I can tell you from experience. True if this widget is a candidate to receive focus or specify a desired when active. And I think that having that on by default is exactly what we want. We don't want to have auto activate. We don't auto restore focus. We do kind of manually handle focus. May not be the most recommended way to do it. But in this way, we can forcibly run any manual code that we want before running this pre-activation logic on the parent, which will then do the delegate, which will then activate the widget. But I'd have to like locally store I mean, if I do that, unable to find a local variable with name. It's not a local variable. What the fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? Weirdo. Something feels off in the timing because if I'm binding and immediately calling it, I don't like this. I don't like this. Hmm. I don't like the architecture of what I'm doing. Like, I think that the pre-activation logic is okay, but trying to shove in variables is like an old school UMG method of doing things. It works. It absolutely works. But I think it violates the architecture of what we're trying to set up, which is decoupled common UI widgets that utilize MVVMs to interact with the game. And what I'm trying to do here is avoid making an MVVM, but that violates our core goal. We shouldn't do that. If we need this temporarily, we should store it in the game instance. Otherwise, MVVM. I think for the time being, I will just put in a currently interacted checkpoint here. And on BP checkpoint, on interact, get, split, game instance, set currently interacted checkpoint before we add the widget. We don't want any of that. And then in checkpoint, we're going to delete this. Delete. Maybe we could always store it as like as an object instead of an F name reference, but it should be fine because we go through it anyway. Not that one. This is way cleaner than what I was doing before. And then we don't have to rely on inputs at all. And what this will do is Before the widget is even activated, it will force it to set itself up. Then run the custom pre-activation logic from the parent, which we'll call the delegate, which then goes back to the HUD, where it will activate that widget. Which is fine. And then we set focus based on its desired focus target, which after it's already been built, we'll be able to get the right owner for it. So nothing should change from functionality standpoint. It's just cleaner logic for how we are setting that widget up. Hopefully. Well, I need to actually be on the game. Thank you. This is activating fine. Our modal is just fine. Close button is, oh yeah, because we set that to be focusable no matter what. And it's setting the current location correctly. Okay. From what I can see, the input's being handled as it should. And now we have the increased functionality in the activatable widgets to run code before we even activate the widget, which is pretty nice. Very, very nice for setup. I think that's fine. I mean, theoretically, that should be all of our 4 interactable widgets made. Now what we need to do is we need to make non-menu widgets. So all of the elements that are going to be on the game layer need to be made into... I guess it still is part of, like, you know, the parent or the activatable parent class, but we don't want these to have focus. So maybe we need to make like a child of that, which is I don't even know. Let's try it with the Let's try with the timer. Because the timer is very easy, right? That's just up in the upper left here. Wait a sec, where's my startup widget? Hold on. Did something break now? Hold on. Where's my startup widget? Excuse me? Oh, I deleted it from the HUD on accident. Hold on. Hold on. Not to worry. We're fine. Okay, so this should be able to be deleted. Old widget. Anything else here old? Yes, checkpoint list and checkpoint. Delete those two bitches. There shouldn't be any redirectors here, no. I mean, it is an activatable widget, so maybe I don't even need a like a child of that. It would be nice because anytime we want to show something on the game, I don't want to have to manually set it up. So a child would be safer. Activatable parent. WBP. Activatable parent without focus. And we'll just give this some initial setup for no activation focus support. I mean, nothing else should be set up here. Good to me. Like, just in case we need to put something on here, you know, we can just have this to override some functions and add in anything else that we need. Better to have it. And here we can make the child. Hey Dangio, how's it going today? WBP. Hold on, let's name this one as the old one. Main game HUD. Yeah, we shouldn't need to make it there. I bet it's just thrown up there as a child. We will handle that in a different way. Want to be the most popular dev in your company? Write your blueprints from right to left. Do you know how chaotic that would look? Oh my god, that'd be so... No. I don't even want to think about it. Is that what the Japanese do? Actually, you know, to be honest, I've seen some Japanese blueprints, and I don't know why, but it's not good. They are not very organized. To be fair, though, I think a lot of people are not super organized with blueprints. Give me a sec. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Our colleague was sending me something. On-screen timer. Let's grab the layout here. And this is going to have an MVVM initialized as well. Or not. Oh, we just run this at the moment. That's fine. Not sure if they do. I know Arabic languages do it. Oh, well, you know, that's I don't like Arabic numbers because I only like American numbers. Arabic numbers are not allowed in my chat. We don't actually support old bindings. What's up, Prez? Can I ask a question if that's cool? Yeah, go for it. I will tell you if I can answer it or if I don't know enough to answer it. I could just throw this on tick for right now, if we want. But this probably needs to be refactored to an MVVM. Theoretically, I could put this in the MVVM for game time if we want. We already have it. Maybe I'll do that. Might be smart. Timescale. We have formatted Earth and formatted Redlock time. Player timescale component. Here it is. Yeah, because update time is getting current game time, so we could just feed into current game time. And maybe bind an event to time updated. Setup listeners, bind event to time updated, format time. That's calling the function library. Did me to go through twice? I don't see it. Did you write something? I don't see anything. My side. I don't see anything. It didn't even get like auto modded. Kind of weird. Long. Oh, it said failed to send. Try it again. I think it would warn you unless you're on mobile. I don't know if it warns on mobile if it's too long, but I know on desktop it tells you if it's too long. Or I think it just prevents you from writing any further if it's too many characters. If it's still failing, are you on our Discord? Because you could just DM me on Discord with the question if you want. I am Maester Silvio, the one with the Microraptor at Twitch as the status. It might tell me that you have to, or tell you that you have to add me as a friend first before it sends, but you can just go ahead and do that. Not Riley the Raptor. Not that one. I am Maester Silvio on here. This one. It should just cut off the message at 500 characters if it's too long. That's what I thought it did. Alright, there we go. Okay, technical artist or game designer. Okay, okay. You're failing your classes. Okay, wait, maybe. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Currently doing a degree in tech, cybersecurity, but I really didn't like my degree and I'm wanting to start or do games for a long time now regardless, especially the design aspect, aka art, technical artist, or game designer. Failing classes in university because I have zero passion for it. Yeah, I know how that feels. Not good at programming or cyber stuff. I'm thinking of dropping out in my second, which is where I'm currently. Would you say the following? My actual passion is a possibility with current game dev market. Man, with the current market, I think that is the question, isn't it? But you're not good at programming. And you want to do technical art or game design. I mean, the harsh reality is that technical art and game design is going to require a lot of knowledge of programming. Unfortunately. You suck at it filling it quite a lot, and I'm looking for, but there's no passion in it. I mean, do you suck at programming, or do you just not have a lot of passion for programming? Like, imagine you were programming to make a game. Yeah, you might change your mindset there. Current market is a bitch for game design, as no one wants an untrained junior. No one wants any juniors in the first place, but I agree. Game design is like, there's so many game designers, lots of juniors, and most companies don't need a whole lot of designers. And a lot of people in management don't like designers because they don't think that they add any value to a game or company. Which is untrue, but this is the way that we're viewed in a lot of cases. Have you tried making a game, Prez? I think a bit of both lack of passion and lack of guessing, no idea what I'm doing with programming, I suck at it. Have you tried making a game? Even like something super simple? Joining a game jam? Like, tell me more about your situation. But, because I can tell you just flat out, even if you have like 5 to 10 years of experience in the industry, it is impossible to get a job right now. Anybody with a job is lucky to have one, and most people who don't have one are not going to get one again, currently. Read small stuff like a chess game, simple stuff. Don't have a gaming PC, so it's hard for me to get really into it. I see. Ooh, that should be a here function. Better. More than one designer and you have too many cooks for the soup. I would agree with, but with the right person, that's plenty. It just depends on like team size, right? Like AAA game is gonna have a couple dozen designers total, probably at least. Smaller, you know, you get to AA, you might have 2 to 3 designers, like game designers. Not level designers, you might have a few, depends on the game you're making. For a small indie team, you might not have any designer, or at the most you would have one, but it would be a technical designer, so somebody who can also wear multiple hats, do more than just game design. Depends on the scope. Isn't tech jobs that are like standing out to me at all? Just seems super boring. Except the game industry, so it's like unless companies need game programmers, I don't know, I'm willing to try stuff that I haven't before, if that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. 100%. Like you're looking to find your passion, but you don't yet know what it is, right? You haven't really tried a whole lot in game dev, and it may turn out that you don't like game design, or you don't like tech art, or that you don't like being a gameplay programmer. You just don't know yet. It's definitely not cyber. Unfortunately, working in cybersecurity would be way more stable, pay you a lot more money, be a lot less stressful. But if it's like really your passion to work on games, I don't, you know, you can try just joining some game jams as different like things and see what really sticks out to you. Because I know exactly what you're in. I know what you're feeling. I tried a little bit of everything in game dev before I kind of settled into figuring out that I really like systems design and being like a technical designer. It took me many years to figure that out. Probably having multiple level system designers is needed, but in terms of the whole game vision, I would only prefer one person. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. 100%. Like, you would want your whole design team to know the vision, but, you know, there has to be one person who, at the end of the day, the buck stops with them. Like, no, the game is going to look like this. The game, we're not going to have that feature. The feature should feel like this. Not easy to be that person, though. Alright, now we can add the view model. Timescale, select, details, global view model collection. I think I call it MVVM. Timescale? Probably. And we want T to change text, select, conversion to text float, value, current game time. Wait, I do need to format that. But I could run that through a separate function. Because I don't think I have a global format. Oh wait, I do have a... Okay, function. If you're curious how to find game jams, though, there is the itch.io jams page here. And you can just find one that, you know, sticks out to you. Maybe you really like... I don't fucking know. Major Update Jam Queer Edition. Maybe, you know, maybe that's for you. Or, probably more realistically, RPG Maker Horror Game Jam. You know, you can try something like that. That's specifically with RPG Maker, though. A lot of horror stuff. Fishing Horror Jam, 37 people joined. Mini Jam Gam, love it. Cyberpunk Jam, Easter Horror Jam, lots of horror stuff, wow. Not even sure if that game companies need cybersecurity people. If they do, what I'm looking out for. Live service games might need it to a certain extent. They want like 3 years experience minimum for junior, and it's like I have 0 experience. Yeah, the junior experience bullshit in game dev is really frustrating. That is very true, unfortunately. Prego game? What the fuck is Prego Game Jam? God, what the fuck am I looking at? What is this? This jam was made to celebrate the month of Mayternity. A game jam where people... Okay, you can only start your game project. Pregnancy has to be central to the game in some way. Showing birth is permitted, though any human or non-adjacent children cannot simply be abandoned. Not safe for work content is permitted. Fetishes besides pregnancy can be included in games. Oh my, okay, you know. I'm out of there. Cut that. Fucking cut that. Oh my god. Wait. I'm doing this wrong. Hold on. I need to run build time anytime current game time is updated. Delete this one. And then I should be able to push this to the screen. I could even do it on begin play with here to the stack. Add widget to stack, game stack. On-screen timer. I have no fucking clue if that'll work. And then remove the HUD from being built, which I think is happening in startup level. Main game HUD. We're gonna delete this. Because ideally we have it modular in the way that there is no on-screen timer unless we have the time component. Time is not getting updated. Isn't that crazy? Why is that not working? Oh, I don't have that ticking on... Okay, but it should still be getting updated. Oh, it's not called MVVM timescale, I think. It's just called timescale. Right. Although there is another issue we have to solve regarding it. University just seems a waste of time. People prefer experience over anything now. It's really frustrating. I can only agree with you, but this is just my viewpoint. Other people might disagree. I think that there are benefits to going to university. But there's also negatives to it. You know, if you know experience is going to get you the job, then it's like maybe you'd benefit from just getting that experience. But I dropped out of high school, so what the fuck do I know? That's not formatting for milliseconds. It's working now because I tick every second on the time scale, but unfortunately the time scale, I think I need time scale to tick with the game, but then have a function. Oh, it's not. Wait, where am I setting up the... Where the fuck am I doing it? What's running update time? Because I should be running every, with frame tick. It's not that I don't have the right time. I do have the right time, but I thought that this is not running. Yeah, see, this is running every second. Where am I initializing update time? I am setting a timer by function. Oh, and the restart. Okay, that's fine. That's actually totally fine. I need to let the update time happen on tick. Totally okay. Totally okay. Stop it. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So that should update untick now, which will get us our milliseconds. And then here in the MVVM, that will grab it raw, set it raw. The formatting is a problem. Because this is not returning milliseconds. What? I can fix that. You doing better than me? I wouldn't say that. How old am I? I'm 31. I'm the ripe old age of 31. $25. Don't feel like it's too late. And I think the industry will recover. It's just gonna be, You know what? I don't like this. I don't like the Boolean. Never mind, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Why is that not updating on tick? What is string instead of text? Because I have to append. So inevitably I will have to convert that. Just depends where I want to do it. Would I say that potentially esports might have good job place? I wouldn't know. I've never done anything with esports. I could take a guess, but it probably wouldn't be accurate. I think esports would probably be quite competitive, and there might not be enough. I don't know, maybe. I won't speak out of my ass on that one, I don't know. I don't know the first thing about it. Oh, I don't put a space after it. Oh, it kind of looked like there was a space. Never mind. No space. There we go. Only question is, why is that not updating on tick, even though I tell it to update on tick? Like this would work? What is it? What'd you send? Load. Oh, there it is. Maybe. You're still doing a conversion though, so it doesn't really matter. And also, I do have to do a check for length to make sure that we are appending a 0 onto it. So it would have to happen at some point, because I have to append the 0 for the formatting. Otherwise, you get the zeros missing. And then it looks all wonky. I mean, yes, there's a million ways to skin a cat. Let's put it that way. But it would be negligibly, I don't know, you do the performance testing and it's like, what? You save like 2 microseconds? Who cares? It is what it is. I see that is running. Why is that only getting fed into the MVVM? Maybe that's being set up on a timer too. Kind of forget what I did here. Oh, because you know what? I think we're binding it 2 seconds past. Or this is still running and it's being bound to time updated. I remember now. Oh, I remember now. Format time on second past. Bind event to game time updated. You know, the question is it worth refactoring it? It's not worth refactoring. It works. It's not going to cause a slowdown. We're fine. We're an Unreal Engine 5 game. We're not going to be having an issue with CPU. GPU. Probably. That scares me. Let's not talk about GPU. We have to call the delegate. That would be smart. I need to limit that. That's annoying. Good enough. I don't know why this is open. I don't need that open. This should be fixed. Let's just add this. Pick updates. Game time for on-screen timer. Adds game timer to screen. And we don't know how it works with input, but it shouldn't impact input at all because we don't run, there's nothing to focus. It is not focusable as a widget. At no point should this ever receive focus at all. But I can test it. Let's see. I'm gonna click in. The game layer manager does not have focus. The viewport has focus. I can open up our That was weird the first time. But yes, we are not getting focus of the time widget. Good to me. Yeah, looks good to me. There was one weird thing that it did though. It was requiring me to press on the D-pad before I got that first activation. It's weird, it still receives input, but it's not setting the focus on that first activation. I will show you. Okay, so we're on the button for startup. We close, we're on the viewport. Now I'm gonna open up the main menu. No focus until I actually press something. But then once it's activated, it gets it. That's odd. I don't think it worked there. I have stick drift, so it can register input even though I'm not providing input because of the stick drift that I have. I think that's what was happening there. I don't know, I can't recreate it. That's annoying. I can't recreate it. I don't know why. Only thing I can think of is like maybe maybe in the HUD. This like needs a one tick delay. That wasn't needed before. I don't know. I don't know, man. Happened there. I can't recreate it. Oh, that's frustrating. I don't know. I don't know. I can't recreate it. I think there's just like a slight timing issue or something. Maybe this will help. Maybe that'll assist it. I don't really know. Okay, timer is made. What else was on the main game HUD that we need to recreate? Timer is good. The timer is hot. The timer is sexy. We need our interactable tooltip. That would be a good one. That would be a very good one to have. Let's get that made too. And for the timer, we can delete the old one. All right, tooltip, widget blueprint, parent without focus. Let's get this old one out of here. Interactable tooltip. Spelled correctly? Oh yeah, it's fine. Now this should be set up correctly. We just need to have actually the widget setup done. We do have an owner that we send in. know why we do that. But again, this would be better sorted out through an MVVM. This really would. This whole thing should be done through an MVVM. Oh, do I refactor my interaction over to MVVM though? It would be a lot of work. Not that much work. Fuck. It really should be on its own blueprint component that initializes and handles the MVVM, and then all we need to do is plug in the tooltip. That's what should happen. The only problem is then I would have to touch the character, and if I touch the character, then it's going to not play very nicely with the other branches that we have, and I would eventually have to do a merge, which wouldn't be fun. I'm gonna hard code it. I'm gonna hard code it in the interaction right now, where we set up the owner beforehand, and then run the setup widget as part of our pre-construction. And then we'll write down to expose this via MVVM in the future. We'll have to rewrite, and we'll handle the interaction trace in the MVVM, or I'm sorry, in the component, and then have that build to the MVVM. MVVM hooks up into interaction tooltip for visibility, title, and description, and it should be much, much cleaner. And then that'll get rid of all the hard references that we have. Yeah, I'll write that down. What's written on here? I have nothing written on here. Okay. Let's write something on here then. Task to... Why am I doing this? I have a fucking Kanban board. Idiot. The entire point of this... Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, I'm writing it on the piece of paper, and I'll add the task later when I get home, because apparently I'm not logged into my ViewTrack account. And I don't have the password with me. Task to refactor interaction to BPC and MVVM. We're going to do that though after the merge. I'll say that it relies on must merge common UI to main first. That's the plan. Because that way we can merge to main, I can then pull common UI into the other branches and do any of the you know, merge conflict resolution there, and then we can make a new branch to refactor interaction over to BPC and MVVM. And we can actually do multiple tasks to refactor into MVVM, like with the, like time was easy. Interaction is going to be a little bit more invasive. So we'll set that one up separately. Even if it means it's broken right now. I don't even know if it's fully fixable right now. Create tooltip. Yeah, just change this. Really not good to do it this way. Oh, I didn't copy over the function. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And see, because of this, I don't even know if it'll run on time. I'm kind of worried it won't. But the good news is that I can then just completely wipe these two functions for create and hide tooltip. Although we might need like a small separate one to just update the MVVM. But I think I'll run that through the interactable blueprint component. But it's possible this won't work. Kind of as I thought. Not even doing the initial setup. Huh. Hmm. I wonder if it's not happy with... Something with the visibility. I mean, I don't override it at all. It's weird too, because it should just show up. Unless we are still making the old one, which is possible. No, because I'm not making the HUD at all. But I know it's communicating. It might just not like this grabbing. Even though it kind of seems like it does find it. This is not the preferred method I'd want to use. Hmm. Is it possible that it's only wanting one widget to be shown on each stack at a time? And so instead we should be having like we should have like a game HUD that is shown on the stack? That's possible. That is possible. That might be the intended way that stacks work. Which I hadn't considered. Widget deactivated, interactable tooltip. I am right. Now, I know that I can set the deactivated visibility. I just don't know if we want this. Oh, that doesn't even work. Activatable. Let's see. Common UI stack. Activatable widgets stack. Where was this explained in the... Oops, I just added this to my hotbar. I don't want that. Get out of here. Overview, stack. No mention of stacks. Technical guide. No mention of stacks. Thanks, Epic. Wonderful. Okay. Well, shit. Yeah, okay, so only the widget at the top of the stack is displayed and activated. When the topmost displayed widget deactivates, it's automatically removed, and the preceding entry is displayed activated. If root content is provided, it can never be removed regardless of activation state. Root content. Aha. So ideally, we would make a HUD, like a game HUD, and throw it as the root content widget class. And that would just exist there. And then we could communicate to it via the MVVM. Aha. Okay. I see. We probably still want it to not be, receive focus, of course, so we can use the parent without focus. But we'll use the HUD. And here we can add our timer. I shouldn't need to do anything else with that. We can then do the tooltip. And then we won't build the timer in we won't build the tooltip here. We could still add the timer via, well, it's kind of risky to do it that way. That shouldn't break anything. That'll just live there. And where were we adding in? No, that should just show up. I'm figuring it out. Let's set the default to collapse. Go back to the blueprint function library. Okay, only problem is our timer is not updating. Why isn't it updating? Like, it's got the MVVM added here and it should all be set up. Maybe it just doesn't like being added to the HUD? Huh. I don't believe there were any, like, references to it. It should just be running through MVVM. Do I, like, need to add the view model here? Even if I don't do anything? Huh. Okay, let me try this. Let me try this. Let's add to the game stack the HUD. And we'll pull it out of the root. Still won't show. can't really see anything that would affect that. Yeah, are we actually throwing any errors regarding this? Time scale. It's saying it isn't there. Well, I didn't delete that. I mean, I just deleted the... Wait. It is a timing issue. Because I forgot to tell this to update on global view model update. And the timing issue wasn't there before because it was happening in the HUD or in the blueprint component. But because it's being handled, I don't know, it's a timing issue. It's a timing issue. It was weird. But as long as we tick that, it'll update when it gets updated. Okay. Okay. Problem solved. Yeah, should be good. Okay, that's 2 out of the 4 HUD items that we needed. What are the others? Timer's good. Tooltip is... It needs a refactor, but we have that written down. We have player resources and player effects. That should be easy. The only thing that was kind of annoying to set up was the player effects MVVM stuff, but that's just busy work to do here. Holy fuck, it's a lot of busy work. It's a lot of busy work, Jesus Christ. Technically, this could get a refactor, though. I did learn recently that you can build from arrays in the MVVM. Unlike what I was thinking, but it needs to be set up in a little bit of a different way. I don't want to fuck with that today, though. Because I'd rather just focus on... I'd rather focus on getting it all refactored to common UI, and then we can go back and we can refactor the... Because we know this needs to be refactored anyway. So doing that sooner than we need to is not going to be worth the time or effort. I have to sneeze. Fuck, just do it. Just do it, you pussy. I don't have to sneeze anymore. Damn it. Okay, player effects. The good news is this is all already like separated in MVVM, so we should just be able to make the new one, copy the layout, reset up the MVVM, and we're done. Good to go. Player effects. I mean, I might be able to copy these. It says copy. Who knows? I can try. Okay, global view model collection, effects, update, compile, save. I think that's the name of it. View model effects, player effects, of course. Let's see, let's throw this over on the other screen. Oops. Copy. It's not working. Shit. Oh, fuck. Alright. Alright. Let's do it. That is damage type 1. We have to be a little bit careful because we just need to set up the text to integer binding. I think that's the only conversion bindings we have are just the int the text. As far as I can see. Okay, effect 1 icon. This is the brush. That is source type 1. Then we have ticks. To text integer. And that value is the ticks left 1. I don't think we changed any settings beyond that. I don't see anything. Add another thing for effect ticks. This is the visibility. And that is on application type. And last but not least, the visibility of the vertical box is visibility 1. And we do that 4 more times. Alright, effect 2 border, damage type 2. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's the brush color. Brush color. This should also be the visibility. And ticks text. Can't forget that. Alright, effect 1 icon brush. Effect 2 icon brush. Source type 2. Effect 2 ticks. Text and visibility. You know what? Enjoy the music. And I'm just gonna shut up and focus. I don't make a mistake. This is quiet time. Alright, two down. Picks. Okay, brush color, brush, text, viz. Brush color, brush. Nope. Text. Viz. Damage type 3. Source type 3. Two text integer. Text left 3. Application type 3. Visibility 3. All right. Two more to go. Is anybody playing High Guard this weekend? Doesn't it shut down like next weekend? Visibility. Okay, damage type 4. Source type 4. Text integer 2 int. Ticks. And then damage type and no, not damage type, source type. Application type 3, visibility 3. looks good. And last but not least, oh, don't do that. Border 5. Icon 5. Text, and lastly the vertical box. 2 for text. Brush color. Brush. Text. Visibility. Visibility. Brain fart, sorry. Damage type 5. Source type 5. Two text integer ticks left 5. Application type 5. Visibility 5. Okay, that was horrible. I never want to do that again. But I will in fact have to do that again when we refactor this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Let's assume that that's correct. Now, I don't think, because that's all being run through MVVM, there should be no logic necessary to put here. The logic is already handled. And on the main HUD, we can then add effects. Let's just size that to content, throw that in the upper right hand corner. Align. Offset negative 25. 25. I don't know how much it was on the main HUD. It was more than 25, it was 50. Okay, it was double. Good to me. I pressed compile and the engine froze. Okay, the engine is unfrozen. Good. That scared me a little bit. Wait. It is working. We don't have our effects working, or not our effects, but our resources, so we don't see that yet. But everything else is and does appear. We function suffixed with ol, which is a really stupid way of saying functional. Okay, let's overhaul the last one then, which is the resources. We can close effects. And honestly, I don't need really any of this other stuff open at the moment, except for main game HUD. As far as I know, this is also entirely handled through the MVVM. Yep, so we can just do the same treatment. Parent without focus, WBP. Player resources. Now, I think this one's pretty trim in terms of our MVVM. Yeah, it's just these four. All right, let's do it. View model. Add a view model. Player resources. Global view model. Player resources. Text. As percent. Player health, half to even grouping, 1, 3, 2, 4, 0, 0. Oh, text. Idiot. You know what, let's rename these. I'm gonna name this T player health. Just so that we know which one is which. That's better. Okay, T player ablative, T text select as percent value ablative same set, but I think they're all the same. Yeah, they're all the same. Okay. Except for building components, which are just the integer, so easy enough on that one. To text, not integer 64, please. Hold on a sec. Hold on, I just gotta reply to a text. In minutes. Okay. Let's add the player resources then. And we will anchor that. Okay. Hold on, I gotta reply to another text. I have a meeting after work today. Just setting up the details. I love Terraria music. Okay, we need to shove this into the bottom right of the screen. I can close this, I don't need it. I don't know where I was putting this on the old one. Oh yeah, I just kind of like shoved it down here for the sake of testing purposes. And then minus 25 on the Y. Totally fine, we can do that. Bottom left it. 1 on the Y. Oops, not size. Enough. I just don't want to block it for you guys when you see. But it doesn't really matter where it is right now. Hopefully that'll tick down as expected. Yes, it does. Looks good to me. Okay, I mean that's the main HUD that's been overhauled, so we can delete the old main HUD. As long as it doesn't break. Oh, it closed everything. Wonderful. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. Delete the player effects old. And player resources old. What still is left then? We have checkpoint is done. I don't use the crosshair. I don't think we show the crosshair. No, I don't think I was showing the crosshair because we're third person. Escape menu is done. Tooltip is done. Main game HUD is done. Timer, effects, resources, playtest finish. Secondary objective is. Clock is a in-world widget, so that should be separate. I think that's still working though. And startup messages. So the only one left is the playtest secondary objective. I'm just checking the. Okay, time is working. Beautiful. It should realistically appear on the HUD. Why couldn't we put that on the HUD? I think we could. Okay. Let's put this on the HUD instead. We might need to refactor or just change how we have the... I have a blueprint for this somewhere. But I think I put it in testing because it's just temporary. Decal, simple spline. I swear I put it somewhere. Oh, here it is. In the reactor check. And that's just creating the pop-up. And then that destroys itself at the end of the animation, I think. Okay, give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. Go to the bathroom. BB. It's kind of warm in this room. I keep forgetting how hot it gets in this room, especially in the summer. 'Cause it's only 9 degrees, like outside. But it's like, I don't know. It's actually pretty hot in here. Open up the window for a little bit. You know, we don't have to refactor this if we want. I might just leave this as it is. Primarily due to the fact that this is temporary. And we will probably want a more viable, larger, like, notification system where we can queue notifications. So as long as this is still functional, I'll be happy. It's bypassing common UI as a whole, so I don't really see it causing some problem that I can think of. I mean, I don't see anything. Hold on. I'm gonna die. Hold on, I gotta redo that because I don't have a sprint bound. We'll probably want a separate task for actually implementing all of our gamepad input. Yeah, I mean, I can only say that it's all working. It's not very pretty. We have no, real stylization on anything. But that will be the focus of another task. But from a overhaul all of our widgets over to common UI, yeah, I would honestly say that it's done. For sure, we probably need to add more functionality and, safeguards and everything, but that's going to be a kind of an in-progress task as a whole. And then getting this into a plugin. We could probably start on some of that today. I don't really know how much time or work it might take for that. I would just need to move everything over to a specific plugin folder. Fix up redirectors. Separate any logic that we run that's targeting like the HUD or anything. Then we'll need to make documentation about how to implement this, but I think I'll make documentation and, we can worry about how it's going to... we need to get our vertical slice done first, right? Because we don't know yet all of the features that will need to be handled, and I think that we'll probably have to add a lot of functionality once we add in like the main menu, and setting up options and saving the game. And that's going to very heavily complicate the logic as a whole. Oh, and then like, input rebinding could complicate things too. So we are far away from having this plugin be finished. Very far away. But as a foundation, I'm pretty happy with what we have. Climb up that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. What I'm not happy with is my stick drift, though. I need to fix that. If I'm gonna like play test our own game on gamepad, I need to not have stick drift with a precision platformer. Look at this. This is what it does. Stop it. Stop it. Jesus. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. We can still move it to a plugin though. We should probably do that right now. I don't think it'll take more than 2 hours, so we should be able to finish it by the end of the day today. Add in a plugin content only. And that'll add it to our plugins folder. Plugin name, let's say... Simple Common UI. And it's developed by us. Imagine if we release this, we put author URL, and it just links to our Twitch channel. Just subtly funnel people into our Twitch channel. That'd be good. Okay, does it appear there? Yes, it does. Description. A low effort And what's a good way to put it? Like, what were our goals? Our goals were to what were our goals with this? There's almost like two. I kind of want to, because, you know, we use it like our input a lot. I think we would then need to have either the input baked into this or require our input, our game input controller to be turned on as well. So let's do this, because I know that we can tell it that it requires dependencies for other plugins. So maybe I need to make two plugins here. Elements and widget stacks. We'll put that it's in beta. What the fuck does is sealed means? No code is sealed. Weird, okay. Because it is in beta. It is very much in beta. I love it though. Let's add another one. This will be Can I add spaces? I should be able to, right? Input mapping. Oh, I can't. Input mapping context. Manager. In beta. Uh-huh. Able to change like where it appears here? Maybe in the category? It says UI. Oh, I see it. Look at that. Input. Oh wait, that's a description. Manager for enhanced input, or for, yeah, enhanced input mapping context or gameplay level. Does not impact or manage UI context. It's not meant to, at least. 0.1 is beta. Beautiful. Okay, so I can then put a requirement for simple common UI. That requires input mapping context manager. Enabled and activate.
Daddy.
Oh! Who's being daddy? Ah, so we see our folders here now. My plugin first word. Appreciate that. Honey, come quick! He said daddy! Okay, imagine your child's first word is not just the word daddy, but it's moaned sexually. You will never forget that. I mean, I think that's valid enough reason for a post-birth abortion. I'd be supportive of it at that point. Okay, I need to make a blueprint function library in here. This really shouldn't be done here. This really, I should not be doing this in the common UI branch. Fuck it. Fuck it. You know who's gonna care? Do you know who's in charge of version control? Me. Do you know who's in charge of the company? Me. Nobody can stop me from doing what I'm about to do, which is something that shouldn't be done in this branch. I hope to God none of my team members are watching, because they would be livid if they knew this was happening. Do as I say, not as I do. Blueprints. Actor component. I think we do run this through an actor component, right? I mean, if we don't, we probably should. That can be deleted. We have store inputs, recall inputs, add mapping context, remove mapping context, focus input on UI, focus input on game, focus input on game and UI. We need to move all of those out and over to the plugin. The biggest problem with that is that I reference the game instance, and what we need to reference is the... We need to move this from the game instance over to the a component, an actor component. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I shouldn't be making it here, though. I already almost fucked up. This is my first time ever making a plugin, so... I shall learn. Alright, let's go find our game instance. We really just need these two. Current input context stored. Input. Stop it, stop. Get out. Okay. Fuck you, stupid. Get out. The whole thing is borked.
Bartek no just subscribe.
Oh!
Ach shit. Herwego again. 25 LULMICROR3 lurk.
Thanks, man. 25 months? Jesus Christ. Thank you for the money. I appreciate that. Hey, do you like cider, Bartosz? Do you like apple cider? Cider? No idea. Where will you be tomorrow? Are you going into the office tomorrow? Monday. Are you at your apartment tomorrow? Will you be at your apartment tomorrow in the afternoon? Like, I don't know, 3 p.m., 4 p.m.? Maybe like 3 p.m.? Can I visit you? I can bring a bottle of the cider that I made. I have to meet somebody afterwards at 17. But I can appear sooner. Of what? Sitter. I made my own. It is alcohol, yeah. It's like 5%. No alcohol? Okay. Fuck you then. No, it's fine. I didn't know that. You didn't tell me that. Okay. I don't have anything else to give you then. I have alcohol and I can make you a candle. I know how to do that. I'll make you a fucking candle. Get player input manager component. This would have to be decoupled. Right now it is definitely not decoupled. But I can probably get player character. And get component by class. We could always initialize this. Unsure? Stop it. Give me good game. What, with Redlock? You like precision platformers? No valid input manager on the player character. We'll print that, return. We do need to return. God, I keep losing my mouse. It's really fucking annoying. Weird bullshit. It just disappears. Oh my god. Well, I need to restart Unreal. It's really pissing me off. Did you try playing Redlock, Bartosz? Or are you waiting for like more stuff to come out with it? Because I'd love to hear how you feel about the level design and the character controls. But I don't need you to find any bugs because there aren't any bugs. So. At least that I know of. I don't think there are any bugs. Alright, that shouldn't be needed. Plugins, core, function library, component. Those are in input. I don't think we need to touch this at all. The BPC. Well, maybe we need to do that because we need to put the... No, I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to. We can probably do it all through the blueprint function library. Maybe. I put that in a separate, like, input manager. How does that target? The input manager. Okay, so it's input manager, target is the BPFL. Okay, so we could do like input manager, and then we could like separate that into separate categories with like a dash or something. If we even need to, because I don't think we're going to have that many functions. Okay, let's copy these over. Store inputs and recall inputs. Technically, in the plugin manager, I do need to require input mapping context manager requires enhanced input. I wonder if that chains down, so if simple common UI requires input mapping context manager and this requires enhanced input, does that propagate down? I'll have to ask like Cuthbert to try it out or something. Okay, so we're no longer getting the game. We're not getting this. We're getting stored input context, refactor that. We don't need a game instance here. In fact, we can probably just set this to a local variable. Local component. We should probably return if it's valid. Okay, true. It'll error out if it's invalid, so I'm not going to run it like another error through here. That would be kind of overkill. And then we'll switch all these out for local component. Stored inputs. And then set current input. Okay. Clear. I might remove this error. I don't know. I might remove this error. But I think we could probably just try to clean up the way that we are recalling inputs. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, that one should be good. Let's do this one too. Current input. Current input, local player mappings. Get stored input. Okay. That looks good. What's the next one? Add mapping context and remove mapping context. Context priority. That should be fine. Just here we need to update current input context. This is a little messy. Okay, those two look good. And then we have our focus input on UI, game, and then game and UI. There's two problems here, which is our update tick trace and hide tooltip, where I have them all in one. These are specific to our project. These should not exist in the plugin. We can always make wrappers to this and handle it in like a different way. But for sure, we don't want this on... We don't want this on the plugin. Let me think here. What if I could separate it in a little bit of a different way? We could make the function library functions wrappers that plug into the input manager and let that handle a lot of the busy work, because then we can put delegates into the blueprint component, and we can make a delegate for input stored or, you know, game focused on whatever. By doing that, we then can bind an event to that in the player to handle our own tick trace. And then tooltip too, we can do that in the tooltip, right? I think that would be a logical, correct implementation. Whereas here, so like these two, tick trace and hide tooltip, need to be moved out. Let's do that. Let's do that. Because like now I don't need to call this, I can just handle it here, right? Totally locally. Look. The fuck do you mean target shit? Ligma. What the fuck? Shut up. Target must have a connection because add mapping context merge is a static function. I don't think it liked me copying that. Like, at all. I don't understand that. Target must have a connection. There is no target connection. Maybe I'll try making a. I think that's a cursed function. Don't fucking know. I'm just gonna copy over the code from that. I don't know what's going on. Bunch of bullshit if you ask me. It's no longer an issue. No longer an issue. Don't ask me. Okay, we need an input mapping context. Object reference. I could probably change those over to soft object. Let's rename this to local context. As to input mapping context. We know it's one, so this should never fail. We already check if it's invalid anyway, so no worries there. Priority I can delete because we are going to have that pulled in. Like here we can put the dispatcher, and then for mapping context, or let's say input mapping context added. Input mapping context remove. I have no idea if we want to like call that back with a reference. I don't know if we need to. Or like which one was added and which one was removed? Okay, so we can call that here. That's one down. Let's add remove mapping context. And this should just have the soft object reference. Should be class, right? No, a soft object. Because it's local. Local. Yeah, get player controller. Enhanced input local player subsystem. Has mapping context or local context. We can remove mapping context. Oops, not that. Turn, otherwise we can then get the player, well, we don't need that because we have current mapping context, get, remove, local context, and for the sake of it, just for the sake of it, we can test that. Okay, that's 2 done. We'll leave the component, and we're going to turn these into wrappers, so we can then take the add mapping context. We don't have any local variables here, so let's just delete this. No inputs. Or I'm sorry, we need those inputs actually. I don't think we need the world context though. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Do a quick validity. And then we can do add mapping context. This needs to be set to a soft object ref. Context. Priority. Okay, remove mapping context, same thing, just a wrapper. Change the context over to a soft object reference. Get to a validity branch. I could actually clean up some of the spaghetti by doing like a sequence if we want. Maybe that'll look a little bit nicer. We don't return anything now, but it could be nice to maybe like return a validity. And maybe that's a little bit cleaner. Okay, store inputs and recall inputs that need to be put on the component here. I'll just rewrite it. I will just rewrite it. This doesn't have any inputs or outputs. This is just a quick little function. I'm gonna keep that here but remove it. Let's make a dispatcher 2 for stored inputs. Recalled inputs. Make sure not to forget doing that. Okay, current set stored. Hold the phone. Stored input mappings. Get for each loop map. Remove mapping context. Oh. Takes a hard class or object reference and makes a soft reference. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. Cool. This is gonna call removed mapping context. Multiple times. I think that's kind of technically fine. I don't know, just leave it for right now. Leave it for right now. It should be fine. Don't ask me. Okay, do a stored input context. Just double check if we're not empty. Tempted to recall inputs when no inputs are stored. That one is a little bit more of an error. I'm going to leave that one plugged in. Then we can do stored input for each loop. Actually, why do I set current input context when add mapping context will add them to our map anyway? That seems redundant. I don't think I need to do that. Or I know I shouldn't need to do that. Okay, we can return, but first we need to clear stored input context. And caller delegate. Or dispatcher, sorry. Not delegate, different things. Okay, and then in store inputs and recall inputs, we can just delete all of this. Does that normally pop up here? Hold on. Get player character. Oh yeah, I know it does. It's a blueprint function library. Never mind. Brain fart. Store inputs. Recall inputs. Okay, so these are just wrappers now, except for this one. That one's important to not be a wrapper, of course. We still need the focus input moved over. Those are pretty simple. And then we don't copy these over, so I'll just make them from scratch. And these will each have a direct widget reference. Direct widget reference. Widget. In fact, I can probably just duplicate that. So let's just write one at a time. Get player controller. Set input mode UI only. Widget. Set show mouse cursor. Common UI handles the rest of that. And then we can store inputs. And we can make a dispatcher too for focused input on widget. I think it would be smart to put an input here for what widget we just focused. Oops. Seems fine to me. Let's add the other two. They're mostly the same. Focus input on game. And this will just be... oh no, this one is quite different. This is recall inputs. Set input mode, game only. Set show mouse cursor false. And then we have the tick trace, but that's going to be separated. And we can call dispatcher focused input on game. Simple call. We do not need a widget input. The last one is focus input on game and UI. That is very similar to this one. That does have a widget input. And the only thing that changes is set focus. Set input mode, game, and UI. I don't think I'm going to make a separate... I'll make a separate dispatcher for it, fuck it. Focused input on game and UI. And let me rename this one to focused input on UI. Okay, focused widget. Oops, don't do that. Focused widget. Like realistically, I don't think those two should be separate, but because they have the same input, any time where we need to use one, we can just plug those both into the same event. They don't have to be different events or anything, so who gives a shit? I would like two separate functions though, just quick getters. I don't know if we need to make wrappers because they are kind of the same thing, so we'll put them on the blueprint function library. We need 3 wrappers here for focus game on UI with the widget object ref. Game and UI. And then simply on game. No input here. And then let's get stored input mappings. Get current input mappings. And I'll put these 3 focuses into a separate category for focus. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. These should be simple. We'll do the branch, we'll do the validity check. Doesn't hurt. We could, if we want, like check if it's empty, but I think for right now, I don't really have a need to do that. Current input mapping. We do say current input context and stored input context. So maybe we should change this just for the sake of, you know, being careful with this. Get current input context. Then get stored input. A focus game on UI. Get branch. Oh, hold on, I named those bad. Focus input on UI. Okay, that looks good. Let me remake these then. We'll just duplicate from this. Focus input on game. Focus input on game and UI. I think that's everything we need. We have the dispatchers, we have all the functions, all the wrappers. We have all the functionality in here. We are going to remove them from here, but we need to do one thing first. We're gonna do one really important thing. We need our character. And I need to add in the component for input mapping context mapper. Then need to find my begin play. Where's my begin play? Oh, it's nowhere. I don't have a begin play here. I noticed there was a function called begin play, but I don't think I should. Deal with that. Okay, fine. I can make it. Not a big deal. I only need to set up listeners because I'm just was like wondering, is this okay to do? This isn't really required by the documentation. We can just put in documentation that we have dispatchers, but that they're only needed if you need to apply some sort of logic to like inputs getting added or removed or whatever. Which we do. Yes. Yes. Okay, get the context manager. We need to apply pretty much just on focus, right? On all three focuses. And I think that we can do focus input on UI is trace. Well, we can just do the same thing with a like a wait, if it's the input, then the output. I don't think I could add something to that. Find event to focused input on game. I don't think that would work though. Because I don't really have the Boolean for that. But what I could do is two separate events where I could do, remove that, get the fuck out of here. Enable interaction trace and then just do disable interaction trace. And I should have a Boolean here somewhere for it. Or not? Where does this target? Oh, to the game instance. Okay. I don't know why. Wait, what? Huh? Okay, that's weird. I don't know why I do that. That can be refactored later. Let's not talk about it. Okay, put these in interaction graph. And then on our listeners, find events, and then we need the other two. Find event to focused input on UI. Oop, that's unbind. Hold on. Find event to focused input on game UI. And this will be the same event. This will be... Oh, it's a widget object reference. Okay, hold on. Okay, that should handle the trace. I don't believe there's any other moment in which I manually call our function for that. But I suppose better safe than sorry. If it's just in those 3 input functions in the blueprint function library, then we're done. And I think it should be, because I tried to push it all in one. We can always keep update tick trace. We can always keep it. Yes. And I think instead of just calling my own, instead of just doing this, I can just update tick trace, because we're going to keep those. Okay, and the second one is hide tooltip. Similarly, this one is called separately. We need somewhere to bind the tooltip hiding. I mean, I could throw it on the player for right now. It's the same setup. I mean, I could just do this. I'll try it that way. Is there any usage of this BPC? No. Focus input? No. Is there any usage of recall inputs elsewhere other than the input manager? No. Is there any usage of add mapping context? There should be quite a few. In the player controller. Okay, so this is going to hook into the input manager. And then teleportation. Okay, delete those. Unfortunately, it's kind of calling all the cases of that. There's the dash, and then there's 3 in the BP third person character. Why? Oh, this is old. This is old. This can be deleted. This is our old character. We don't need this. Just delete all the references to. This one can be then replaced with add mapping, context, ability dash, priority 1. This is like placeholder, so we'll just get that changed over so it's not referencing the old ones. And hopefully I should be able to delete everything. Focus input on game is in use. Where? Oh, okay, yeah. Or usages of focus input on UI. Here too. There's also one in an old widget. I don't think that's needed anymore, so I'm going to delete that widget. It's this widget. There shouldn't be any references to this anymore. Let's delete that. We're closing everything. I appreciate that. That can be deleted. Remove mapping context. We need to delete these two first. Store inputs, recall inputs. We shouldn't see any errors. I mean, we have input, so it is giving input. Theoretically, that should be plugin complete. Very simple plugin. Do we need to bind anything else to some of the dispatchers, like or anything? I don't think so. We added them. They should be working, but we don't have any. You like need to change that at all? Focus. Input. I have like 30 minutes left before I have to go. Let's add some comments, I guess. And function descriptions, and then I can send this over to Cutsper and tell him if it works and what he thinks. I don't believe we need any. Oh, we do need to do something. These two getters need to be pure functions. But then everything else is stores the current player's input mapping context and removes them from the player. Recalls the current player's input mapping contexts that were stored and returns them to the player. Okay, get player. Gets the players, or let's say attempts to get the player's input manager or input mapping context manager component, erroring if not found invalid. Not found or invalid. And that's already set to pure. This is not mirrored on the mapping context, of course, or on the, not the mapping, blueprint component. Add mapping context. Adds a mapping context to the oh my god, I'm dying. Do the manager. Oh my god, sorry. Alright, I'm dying here. Okay, adds a mapping context to the manager. Let's say this. Registers a mapping context with both the enhanced input subsystem and with the manager. And then honestly, remove can just be unregisters. Okay, good. It's stored input. Here, getter function for the currently stored input mapping contexts and their intended priority. Getter function for the currently, let's say, like enabled input mapping context and their priority. Focuses the player's input on a widget. Well, let's say players input exclusively on a widget. Focus the player's input exclusively on the game. Focuses the player's input on a widget and the game. Okay, that should be then descriptions on everything, unless I missed something. Descriptions. Only thing that's missing is our variables. The player's current input mapping contexts and their priorities. This only retrieves input mapping context registered with the manager, not others. I'll just put that. Okay. The currently stored input mapping context. Priorities, this only retrieves input mapping context registered with manager. Okay, good. Awesome. Let's add descriptions for the dispatchers. This dispatcher fires whenever a mapping context is added. This may get fired multiple times when input mapping contexts are recalled. And then we can do removed, and then we can change this to stored. Stored inputs. This dispatcher fires whenever input mapping contexts are stored. Recalled. Dispatcher fires whenever the player's input is focused on the UI. With a return of the widget that has currently been focused. Okay, and last but not least, dispatch first whenever the player's input is focused on the game. Okay, so what that should mean is now we should have access to those and we should see them very clearly and well in, I don't know, any blueprint. We can just see that as an example. So let's say focus input on UI. We now have that. Focus is the player's input exclusively on a widget. And for instance, we could get the player input manager component and bind event. And we could see that. Okay, maybe we can't see the descriptions there, but that's fine. That's nothing I can do about that, right? Category. We could categorize the dispatchers if we want. I don't see why not. Checks if the input mapping context is valid. Loads the input mapping context, stores it locally. Checks if we already have the mapping context, printing a soft error. If true, soft error if we are attempting to add a context that we already have. Register the mapping context with the subsystem. Register the mapping context with the manager. Hire a dispatcher for a successful context addition. All right, that one's good. A lot of this is the same. I can just kind of copy that over from that one if we want. Okay, we want to check if we already have the context. Returning if we do not. Unregister the mapping context with subsystem. Oh, that bugs me that it's not. Fuck you. Okay. Unregister the context with the manager. Hire a dispatcher for a successful context removal. Good to me. Next one, store inputs. Checks if we actually have inputs to store. Below print was removed due to firing when not needed. It's a store input, so we store current input mappings locally and in the manager. Loop through our context to remove them. We'll fire a dispatcher for each removed. Well, to remove them and unregister them with the subsystem manager. Call a dispatcher for successful storage of inputs. This is a lot of work to write these comments. Good thing though. I really should be doing this more. Because now I can just like, I can have this plugin and we can just plop it right in a new fucking game and we have input management, you know? And to be fair, you already have input management with enhanced input. What I don't like is that enhanced input has no easy way to, like, two things. It doesn't have an easy way to grab all of your context and just poop them out whenever you need it. And then it doesn't have a way to store and recall them for, like, you open up a menu and want to remove all of your game input and then return it back. And so that's what this does. That's the benefit of this, on top of being able to, you know, do these regular checks. Okay, checks if we actually have inputs to recall. Prints an error if we're attempting to recall inputs but don't have any stored. Okay, loop through our stored context to add them and register them with the subsystem. We'll fire dispatcher for each added. Then finally, clear our stored inputs. Fire dispatcher, call a dispatcher for, let's say, fire. It's a much cooler word than call. I like to fire, I don't like to call. Fire dispatcher for successful recollection of inputs. I was just thinking, I know I'm getting really close. I mean, to be honest, I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm gonna add two more, or one more function for querying if we have an input. This is already built into enhanced input, but I can just make a much simpler wrapper for that. Check if player has mapping context. Or maybe we can just do like, does player have mapping? This can be a peer function. We need to return a mapping context object ref and then a priority. Ref, priority, and a boolean 2. Do we want to return a reference? I don't see any reason to return a reference. I really don't. But we will do a validity check. And we can do a print here. Attempted to check for mapping context. With soft object. Blank is not valid. I think that'll work. And then we'll do a Redironis. Duration 5, print. Otherwise, we can grab context, resolved soft reference, or we can attempt to load. I think that resolution probably does it. Oh, it resolves, but if it's not already loaded, we'll return none. So we'll just load it. Yeah, resolves or loads. We need to check if it's actually in our current input context. Find. And I think we'll do a select if we actually find it. And then return -1 since it isn't in there. So did we find it? If true, where? If not, -1. That should work. And then down here we can return -1 along with the false. Okay. Double checks if the input context is a valid reference. Loads the context and looks for it only in the manager, returning a Boolean validity and the associated priority. Returns an error if the input soft object reference is invalid. Okay, that should be good there. Let us put in the description. Checks the input manager for a mapping context. Turning a Boolean and priority. And that is compact, or not compact. That is pure. We don't need to put that compact. And we will put a wrapper in here. Does player have mapping context? Oh yeah, because it's a peer. Okay. Plug that in, context, beautiful. And then we can do our return node. Sexy, sexy, sexy. Your function. Okay, that should work. Input your context and it's all there. It is all there. These could be deleted. Forgot about these. I mean, that should be fully done. That should be our plugin made. Manager for enhanced input mapping context for gameplay level does not impact or manage UI content. We could try packaging that up. What does that do? Does that give us a input mapping context? It's a 95 kilobyte plugin. Wow, I am amazing. I made 95 kilobytes of trash. I'm gonna send it to... That's better. You can tell me what he thinks of it. That's good though. I think next with that, we need the other plugin. That's our simple common UI. Let's do that on Monday, because I'm off tomorrow and I need to get going today. I gotta eat, and then I'm meeting with somebody. So let's say on Monday, let's start to push this over to a plugin and get it all separated. It's still a work in progress, of course, our common UI, but this will at least give us a dedicated space to build that out. We'll see how that goes. I mean, it is already relatively modular right now, but we need to move over all of our, like, new widgets. Anything that's, like, generic. It's gonna be a lot of work. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I'm gonna have it on my weekend, and we can focus on it on Monday. Alright, so, I'm going for today. This was a lot of good progress today. We will pick it up on Monday where we left off. Try to pluginify it as best we can. See if there's any road bumps. And once we do that, I believe we can start to merge it to... we can merge it to main, honestly. And we can start just continue building the game, but now we have everything we need to build and manage widgets and common UI input. We can start to add styles. We need to refactor a couple things over to, you know, Blueprint Component and MVVMs. It's not done yet. It's not done yet, but all the foundational work is done, and we can just build on top of that. So, no more UMG, only common UI, but it's all there. So, guys, I'm off tomorrow. I'm going to be here writing some lore. But then on Monday, we'll be back with more common UI. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for this week. We've made really good progress. Peace. See you guys Monday. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.